call for the Investment Committee's meeting. We will begin with a roll call vote, please.
Good morning. For the State Controller, Ms. Gallegos.
Here.
Ms. Yamamoto.
Here.
Mr. Tang.
Here.
Ms. Bradford.
Here.
Ms. Hendricks.
Here.
Ms. Erden.
Here.
Mr. Gunning.
Present.
The State Treasurer, Mr. Rufino.
Present.
The Director of Finance, Ms. Miller.
Here.
Chair President, you have a quorum.
Thank you.
I have a little something to read before we get started. The CalSTRS board meetings are live web streamed, video archived, and available to the public on calstrs.com. Individuals who wish to address the board should wait for the 10-minute public comment period at the end of the agenda item the speaker wishes to address. For comments not pertaining to a specific agenda item, there will be an opportunity for additional statements at the end of the open session. Each speaker is allowed a maximum of 3 minutes to comment. However, if there is not enough time for each speaker to have 3 minutes, the timing will be at the discretion of the chair. To protect the privacy of speakers under the age of 18 who wish to address the board, only their first name and affiliated organization may be provided, but other personal identifying information such as their last name, age, or school may not be shared. Since the last meeting, CalSTRS has received a letter from the United Association Local Union 159 regarding CalSTRS joint venture in Contra Costa County and the lack of project labor agreements, an email from the Emmett Institute on Climate Change and the Environment thanking CalSTRS for its, quote, continued leadership in responding to material economic risks posed by climate change, end quote. A form email from a non-member encouraging pension funds to, quote, divest from Total Energies China National Offshore Oil Company and their subsidiaries, end quote, involved in the East African crude oil pipeline. And an email from a member encouraging CalSTRS to invest in Bitcoin as it will, quote, outperform the vast majority of stocks, commodities, real estate, et cetera, going forward, end quote. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Is there, has everyone reviewed the proposed agenda? Can we have approval of the agenda with some flexibility? Okay, without objection, we'll proceed. This is the time for public comment. I'd like to remind you that there is a time limit. If there is a non-speaking, English-speaking person who has a translator, I don't know how many people we have here, but to divide up the time, but normally the time is, 3 minutes? And so let's proceed and see if we can have everyone have that, speak within that limitation. First speaker.
Okay. We will be taking phone comments first and then in-person comments. We currently do not have anybody on the phone, so we will go to Jordan.
Morning, folks. Happy New Year. Hope everybody had a restful holiday. My name is Jordan Fine. I'm a lead researcher with Unite Here Local 11. Since we last spoke to CalSTRS in November, Local 11 has reached settlements with 25 of 50 hotels where workers have gone on strike in Southern California. Unfortunately, although major operators like Marriott, Hilton, and Hyatt have resolved labor disputes at their unionized Southern California properties, Advent International-owned Aimbridge Hospitality has failed to settle a fair contract that will provide workers with living wages, affordable benefits, and adequate staffing at 10 Southern California hotels. Workers at the Aimbridge-operated Sheraton Park Anaheim Hotel went on strike in December, and workers struck the Aimbridge-operated Pasadena Hilton ahead of the Rose Bowl parade in Pasadena. These strikes were covered in the Los Angeles Times, adding to headline and reputational risks to CalSTRS. On December 4th, Congressman Jimmy Gomez led 27 members of Congress in a letter urging the U.S. Department of Labor to investigate the Aimbridge-operated Holiday Inn LAX and Pasadena Hilton for potentially predatory behavior towards unhoused refugees from Venezuela and Colombia hired to work at their properties. The California Labor Commissioner and Los Angeles County DA are investigating the hotels, and the DA has expressed concern about potential wage theft and violations of child labor law. Also, Blackstone, CalSTRS' second largest investment manager, has also failed to settle a fair contract at the Fairfield and Aloft hotels operated by Aimbridge and the Sheraton Phoenix Hotel. The Sheraton Phoenix now faces 5 federal unfair labor practice charges alleging violations of the National Labor Relations Act, including allegations of disciplining and terminating workers in part due to their union activity and engaging in unlawful surveillance of workers' protected concerted activity. We thank CalSTRS staff and the General Counsel in particular for beginning to engage with Blackstone and Advent and would appreciate any updates the fund could provide. But stronger action is needed to resolve these disputes, avoid future disputes, and mitigate potential ESG risks to the fund. In 2010, CalSTRS wrote to Steven Schwartzman urging him to address the board related to strikes at Hilton-operated properties throughout the country. After this outreach, Unite Here reached agreements with Hilton in major cities that resolved the disputes. That's what we need here. We urge the fund to write public letters to Advent and Blackstone regarding the Southern California and Arizona labor disputes, informing the firms of your concerns, making clear that CalSTRS will refrain from making further investments with Blackstone and Advent until the issues are resolved.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will receive a 6-minute clock. They will be followed by their translator. So our next speaker will be Jesus.
Good morning. Happy New Year. Hola, mi nombre es Jesús González. Soy un houseman en Hampton Inn Suite de Santa Mónica y soy orgulloso miembro del sindicato Únete Aquí, Local 11.
Hi, my name is Jesus Gonzalez. I'm a houseman at the Hampton Inn and Suites Santa Monica, and I'm a proud member of Unite Here Local 11.
Yo emigré a los Estados Unidos para un futuro mejor en mi vida personal. He batallado mucho, pero sé que haciendo las cosas bien y trabajando duro todo se puede. Tengo muy poco tiempo de trabajar en el hotel, 10 meses aproximadamente, para ser exacto. Y la verdad, estoy sorprendido de las condiciones de trabajo en pleno 2024. Estamos cortos de personal. Un houseman hace el trabajo de 3.
I immigrated to the United States for a better future for myself. I've struggled, but I know that anything can be achieved by doing a good job and working hard. I've been working at the hotel for a short time, just 10 months. To be honest, I'm surprised that working conditions like this exist in 2024. We're short on personnel, and a houseman does the work of 3 people.
Cuando empecé, éramos 2 housemen por turno, pues el hotel lo requiere, pero han decidido cortar personal, afectándonos a todos. Por todo el trabajo y el estrés diario, nos merecemos un sueldo digno que nos permita vivir mejor.
When I started, there were 2 housemen per shift because the hotel required it, but they decided to cut personnel, which affected all of us. Because of all the work we do and the stress we're under every day, we deserve a dignified salary that allows us a chance for a better life.
Yo tengo que viajar diariamente, aproximadamente 3 horas diarias, y cuando hay tráfico es terrible. Les cuento que el pasado miércoles salí a las 11 p.m., llegué a casa pasado a las 2 a.m. Hemos estado en huelga, manifestándonos desde julio y vamos a seguir hasta que ganemos un salario digno y mejores condiciones laborales.
I need to commute approximately 3 hours every day, and it's terrible when there's traffic. If you think it's bad in Sacramento, try Southern California. Last Wednesday, I left work at 11 p.m. and didn't get to my house until after 2 a.m. We've been on many strikes since July, and we won't stop until we win a fair salary and better working conditions from Aimbridge and Blackstone.
Hemos llamado a boicotear los hoteles en Los Ángeles en disputa y sin paz laborales. Les recomendamos a las convenciones y grandes eventos que se mantengan alejados de los hoteles de Los Ángeles.
We've called for a boycott of hotels in the city of Los Angeles where workers do not have a contract, and we recommend that conventions and large events stay away from Los Angeles hotels.
Estamos dispuestos a hacer lo que sea necesario para ganar los salarios y el respeto que merecemos. Le pido a Country que nos apoye y le diga a Advent y Blackstone que haga lo correcto. Gracias por su atención.
We are determined to do whatever it takes to win the salaries and respect we deserve. I ask CalSTRS to support us and tell Advent and Blackstone to do what is right and what is good for the fund. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will also get 6 minutes. Maria?
Buenos días, mi nombre es María Brambila y llevo 11 años de recamarera en el Holiday Inn LAX, un hotel operado por Enbridge.
Good morning. My name is Maria Brambila, and I've worked for 11 years at the Ambridge-operated Holiday Inn LAX as a housekeeper.
El trabajo que hacemos es pesado todos los días. Nos ponemos de rodillas para limpiar baños y cuartos sucios, a veces hasta 15 cuartos al día. Los gerentes no nos tratan con respeto, nos tratan como robots.
We work hard every day. We get on our knees to clean bathrooms and dirty rooms, sometimes as many as 15 rooms per day. And in return, managers treat us with nothing but disrespect. They treat us like robots.
En vez de proporcionar suficientes trabajadores para hacer el trabajo, nos intimidan para que hagamos más y más trabajo, y parece que intentan disciplinarnos por los problemas más pequeños por los que no nos habían disciplinado antes.
Instead of providing enough workers to do the job, they intimidate us into doing more and more work. And it seems like they're trying to discipline us for the smallest issues that they have never disciplined us for before.
Cuando vi a los trabajadores migrantes desalojados que trajeron para reemplazarnos durante la huelga, me indigné. Los hoteles se aprovechan de los más vulnerables entre nosotros como inmigrante. Yo sé lo difícil que es sobrevivir en este país. Está mal que exploten a los refugiados que huyeron de las crisis políticas y económicas en sus países para buscar una vida mejor aquí.
When I saw the unhoused migrant workers come in as temporary workers to break our strike, I was disgusted. The hotels are preying on the most vulnerable among us. As an immigrant myself, I know how hard it is to get by in this country. It's just wrong for the hotels to abuse refugees who fled political and economic crises in their country to have a better life here.
Por favor, escriban 2 cartas públicas a Advent y Blackstone pidiendo que resuelva estos problemas y deje de abusar de los refugiados. Gracias.
Please write public letters to Advent and Blackstone urging them to resolve these problems and to stop abusing refugees.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will get a 6-minute timer. The speaker next is Dora.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Dora Méndez. Llevo 18 años trabajando como recamarera en el Holiday Inn LAX, un hotel operado por Enbridge.
Good morning, my name is Dora Mendez and I've worked for 18 years at the Ambridge-operated Holiday Inn LAX as a housekeeper.
Los hoteles han recuperado el negocio que perdieron durante la pandemia, pero no tenemos suficiente personal para hacer el trabajo. Los cuartos están más sucios que nunca y hacemos 2 o 3 trabajos. Los gerentes nos presionan más y más, pero no nos pagan lo que merecemos y lo que necesitamos para vivir en Los Ángeles.
Business has returned to the hotels after the pandemic, but we don't have enough staff to do the work. The rooms are dirtier than ever and we're doing 2 or 3 jobs. Managers pressure us more and more, but they don't pay us what we deserve and what we need to survive in Los Angeles.
Trabajo a tiempo completo en el hotel y en mis días de descanso cuido a mis 2 nietos. Tengo que comprarles medicina y otras cosas para ellos y sus padres.
I work full-time at the hotel, and when I have days off, I take care of my 2 grandchildren. and I have to buy their medicine and other things for them and their parents so they can get by.
25 hoteles han firmado contratos justos. No entiendo por qué Ambridge no puede firmar el mismo acuerdo que firmaron propiedades de Marriott, Hilton y Hyatt.
25 hotels have now settled fair contracts. I don't understand why Ambridge can't sign the same deal as Marriott, Hilton, and Hyatt properties.
Ambridge tiene tanto dinero de fondos como CalSTRS tienen que invertir en nosotros los trabajadores en lugar de obligarnos a salir en huelga.
Ambridge has so much money from funds like CalSTRS. They need to invest in us, the workers, instead of forcing us to go on strike.
Por favor, pidan públicamente a Ambridge y Blackstone que resuelva los conflictos laborales de Ambridge. Gracias.
Please publicly urge Advent and Blackstone to resolve the labor disputes. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. That is the conclusion of comments for item 2.
Well, thank you again for bringing this to our attention once again, because I think it was in November that you first raised this issue, and since then we have taken some action. But I think as a background on all of this, and just to remind you, I also, and I think every member of this board agrees with me that the humane treatment of human capital is at the core of the beliefs that we hold on this board and at CalSTRS. And, you know, I just want to sort of give you the background of how the matrix works here in terms of the elements that we look at in making our decisions to invest. You know, we have an obligation to invest to get the proper returns so that we can pay, that's our primary fiduciary duty, to pay the benefits. But we recognize that human capital is the most important asset within our organization, our partners' organizations, and the businesses in which we do invest. We believe in an engaged, healthy, stable workforce brings a competitive advantage to every business entity that engages in this purpose. Human capital management and the management of labor-related risks are integrated into multiple beliefs, policies, and principle documents of CalSTRS, including 2 policies. These policies really dictate how we operate. 2 policies that apply across the total fund. The investment policy for mitigating environmental, social, and government risks, and the responsible contractor policy. CalSTRS recognizes the rights of employees to representation and supports and strongly encourages a position of neutrality in the event there is a legitimate attempt by a labor organization to organize workers employed in the construction, maintenance, operation, and services at CalSTRS-owned properties. The responsible contractor policy does not call for any involvement by the advisors, property managers, or contractors in interjurisdictional trade disputes. Finally, CalSTRS also supports the proper management of human capital at our public portfolio companies throughout CalSTRS corporate governance principles and our activities supporting CalSTRS stewardship priorities, which we will be hearing a little more about later today. And with respect to Ambridge, I know that there has been direct contact and that we have some idea that there is a push by Ambridge to enter into a labor agreement. But we've also asked our General Counsel, Brian Bartow, to follow up on this, to monitor it. I guess I want to say all of this because we can do certain things. The law permits us to do certain things, and we will do that. There are certain things that you've asked us to do previously that we can't do. But just keep in mind, understand that everyone on this board is a human being that cares about all of the other human beings in this world. I mean, we represent teachers who spend their lives in a classroom raising children and educating children. And so that kind of philosophy is reflected on every member of this board. So when you come here, know that you're welcome, that you're listened to, and that we'll do the best we can to live by the principles that we've all embraced on this board. And with that, I'd like to go to our next agenda item. Thank you. Anybody else have anything to say? Okay. We have it's the Chief Investment Officer, and he's wearing a tie today.
The same one.
You're right. I didn't think about that. I have the different flower and the same tie. My favorite tie. Listen, there's some numbers on the screen. I'm a numbers guy. That won't surprise you. But I wanted to kind of go through these. They look pretty random, but they have some meaning behind them. So the first number is 40. And that is pretty special and pretty important because we have somebody on our team who, in the next month between our meetings, will have crossed a milestone of having been a CalSTRS employee for 40 years. He started with the state in '81, so he's been with the state over 43 years. And he joined the investment branch in 1988 as what we call an AGPA, Associate Government Program Analyst. I remember he was working on investment manager contracts. Not that I was here, but I'm not going to ask him to stand, but I am talking about Stephen Tong. Wave your hand.
Hey, Stephen.
If you'll allow me a few highlights, Stephen was selected by the second CIO here at CalSTRS, Patrick Mitchell, for special projects. One of his first was to create a paper portfolio mimicking the S&P 500 index. They didn't trust him with real money. It was all paper. The goal was to see if we could run an equity index in-house. In 1985, he actually started the internal equity unit. When I got here, Stephen and the team were managing a whopping $500 million in that S&P index, which I quickly said, let's move it up into the billions and, let's bring some money in-house and save some fees. What I'm amazed at is today the Global Equity Desk runs $97 billion over 12 different indexes, and it all started with Mr. Tong. In 2009, I asked Stephen to take over a brand new unit called the Innovation and Risk Unit. Stephen loved to do projects, loves to do research, and he explored ideas that could either add to our return, reduce our risk, or hopefully do both. And you may not realize it, but from that, Stephen really created the risk mitigating strategies portfolio. And it was born out of innovation. Obviously now that's the asset class he runs. Also, right after the Great Recession, the board was very concerned about inflation coming up since the Fed had flooded the market so heavily. So Stephen and team, as part of the innovation unit, studied commodities. We all remember that because it took 6 board presentations, over a year of board presentations to get the board comfortable with any kind of commodities allocation. But today, that's the inflation-sensitive asset class. So you could say Stephen is the father of really 3 different asset classes within the branch. So I have been such a pride to work with him. He is an amazing person. We're going to give him a Lifetime Achievement Award a little bit later in February. And he doesn't know this, but we all decided we are going to name a Perpetual Investment Branch Innovation Award in his honor that we will give out to team members that come up with new ideas and clever ideas. So congrats to Stephen and 40 years within the branch. Pretty darn amazing. The other numbers up there are pretty darn random. I get it. 258. I think, believe it or not, that's the number of CIO reports I've done here at CalSTRS. I think. I'm not quite sure. I lost count. And 377 would be the number that I've given over my career. I should have asked Alan. He's just about been there at all my 3 funds for my career.
Still
but the board
awake.
and I have been, huh?
He's still awake.
Amazing. But the board and I have been talking for a good 2 years about succession planning. And when I look at those numbers, I think I've probably got about 3 more CIO reports, including this one, left in me. Today, well, let me go back. Back in the year 2000, when I interviewed at STRS, the board had just lost their CIO. He only lasted 3 years. So the first one was 13, but the second one was only 3. They're very concerned about having a CIO stick around for a long time. And I remember in the interview promising Gary Lyons, who is up there on that wall of famous trustees that we have, that I would do my best to break that 13-year record. And I guess, kind of to my surprise, I've smashed it now at 23. So, drum roll, after 23 years, I am today announcing that I will step down as CIO this coming June 30. Brian. The board has asked me to stay on. This is not a surprise to them. This has all been very well planned out. They've asked me to stay on until the end of the year as an advisor to the investment committee and to the new CIO. So we're not having a break. It is a very coordinated, smooth baton pass. I'll serve to June 30. New CIO will start July 1. I'll work with them and keep them in line for 6 months. And then in 2025, I'm a free agent out of here. A retiree from CalPERS. I know. But this is, I want the public to know, it's a civil service public job, so it's kind of unusual. And it's just like the other investment positions. So the board does have to advertise, get public applications. They've already formed a search committee, and the job description and announcement has all been updated here in the fall. And I think the job will be posted around mid-February. The board will get applications narrowed down, and then they'll hold interviews, and it's anticipated they will select the next CIO somewhere in the late spring and announce it in June. That person, like I said, would start July 1. So I'll leave the office on June 30. I realized if I can pack up all the junk I've accumulated here over 20 years. You think about when you live in a house for a long time? Yeah. I even have stuff in the attic in this building, I tell you. So I just want to wrap it up and just say it has been an honor, the privilege of my career. I realize that I have been the CIO at STRS here for almost a third of my life, which is just amazing. But when I took over the role, we had a small team. We managed about $100 billion. We were hidden. Nobody knew we were. We were the third largest in the USA, behind New York Common. And I said to them, my goal was to make us a world-class money manager. In pretty quick order, I figured out we were going to pass New York Common, which is pretty cool. And now we're the number 2. And I can say 20 years later, plus years later, we have a portfolio of $325 billion, which with proper compounding is almost where we should be. So, but a staff of 230 investment professionals. We run over $150 billion in-house, and I can say that we are recognized around the world as one of the best managers with all of our global peers. And I really want to say it is all due to the people behind me. They are the ones. I've been asked by a few people what was my best investment decision, and I had to think about that because it's like I don't make many. I hire them, and I get them the right resources, and these are the people that run the portfolio. And I would even say, because Bill asked me, I didn't create the culture. It was here from Patrick Mitchell when I got here. All I did was cement it in and then perpetuate it and keep it going. So I am incredibly proud of having been here. You know, I've said my sister's a teacher, retired teacher, my daughter's a teacher. So California teachers have always been really important to me, and I am honored to have taken us. You know, and Alan will know, the 80s and the 90s, we were a third, fourth quartile fund. We were perpetually below median at CalSTRS for almost 20 years. We now have a 23-year legacy of being above quartile, above median, and even now, 20 years, we're top quartile. And I'm really proud of having been part of the team that achieved that. So we have lots of time to say goodbye. We have lots of time to say thanks. My last meeting will be in May, and I won't leave the staff until June. So as Bill and I have said, we are exactly here halfway through the year, and our return is 3.5%, exactly half of 7. And I told the team, I want to earn that other 3.5% so we can end the year at 7. I want to go out as a winner and not hurt the funding plan. But thank you to all of you. It has been an honor to work for a number of just amazing trustees, but the job's not over. So I'm just going to take a breath and we'll start the CIO report. Thank you very much. Thank you.
If I might.
Yes, sir.
I want to take the liberty of just saying one thing. This is not the end of the game, folks. This is not the end of the game, and I'm talking to the team out there. You know, this is the second half, and he's got to play. He's running. He's the coach for the second half, and you know, if we got to get 7 for the coach in this last game, and you know, we got to get 7. So let's work hard to make it happen. It will be the greatest gift to not only Chris, but obviously to our teachers. And so let's work hard to do that. I know we've got challenges, but I do know that we have the capacity, we have the ability to collaborate with one another and the respect of one another. Let's do it. And then, you know, even though he won't be in the game, he'll be sitting up in the press box, and he'll be watching. And if we ever need him, if we ever need to have a question answered, he's there. So this is not the end of the game, and let's keep that in mind and keep working hard and keep it all together. Thank you. Thank you for all you've done. And there will be a time when all of us can have our say. But I just wanted to make sure that the team knew we want 7. We want 7.
Thank you, Bill. I wholeheartedly agree, and thank you. Like I said, it really has been an honor in my life to be part of this team and part of this organization. This chart actually goes back to the first time we produced a daily investment summary that I got, which wasn't quite when I started on October 10th, but you can see it's been one heck of a roller coaster ride. You know, when I got here, think about that. That's before 9/11. Remember what airports were in 2000? Pretty crazy. I don't even remember. But we started off with the 0102 internet bubble crash. Gained a bunch, then you have 08 in the middle, and then now you have this amazing climb up. So it is remarkable how the fund has performed. Arithmetically, we have averaged over 8, just over the last 20 years. I haven't run a 23-year number, but over the last 20 years, arithmetically, we've averaged 8. Geometrically, no. And that's why we're underfunded and haven't been able to add a ton to the funding. The assets now, and Pat Geyer, we recognized her yesterday. That's why I always give her this number, because she reports it out to everybody. Right now, we're $324 billion. We hit 325 day before New Year's, which was right up against our all-time high from 2001, December. And like I said, we're up 3.5% on the fiscal year. Let me go back one. Calendar year, because that number is going to come out, and we don't do a big press release on calendar year, but people always ask about it. Preliminarily, we think we're at 9.25 on the calendar year, so you can compare that to your IRA and all of that. The reference portfolio did very well last year because public stocks, you know, were big double-digit, up over 20%. Diversification didn't help in 2023, but that's because of the Fed pivot. Here's the asset allocation. We're very close to home. We are not wanting to take a lot of risks in this current period of uncertainty. You know, people still think we might have a recession. I think we hit the soft landing, so give Jay Powell credit. You know, you saw, and I said to you in November, the Fed pivoted dramatically from rates going up to not just stop, but rates going down. I think now it's fair to say the street's a little far ahead of itself with interest rates, or the bond market predicting 6 rate cuts this year. That's crazy, but we'll see. So far this calendar year, the market's kind of trading sideways. This shows you that pivot. I mean, it was dramatic. That's the 10-year bond. But we were all the way up to 5% in October when we met at the offsite. And then to come zooming down to actually below 4%. We're about, I think, 4% probably right now. That's a 100 basis point move. So it's kind of like the bond market did the work for the Fed themselves. Fed funds rate is still at 5. So you're going to see money market funds and things like that still up pretty high. But you've seen mortgage rates come down, other rates come down. While I put up the key risks to monitor, I wanted to highlight Ian Bremmer put out his list of concerns for, and of course now I won't be able to find it, but 2024. And his highlight was the fact that 8 billion people are going to the polls this year in the world. So not just the USA, all around the world. Obviously, our election is going to get the biggest focus. But he had 3 conflicts he was the most worried about. One was obviously Russia and Ukraine. The other was, not surprisingly, Israel and Gaza and Hamas, but would that spread? And his last risk, that actually was the first one he mentioned and the greatest risk, was the concern of a war of the USA against itself. And he wrote extensively, and I'd be happy to send that out to you. He wrote extensively about his fear that AI will overlay this election and the amount of misinformation, disinformation, pictures, video, voice recordings that anybody can, because AI is open, ChatGPT is available to people. He was really concerned that not just Russia and China and Iran, but any rogue, anybody that hated the United States would have an opportunity to come in here and mess with this election, and that it may be the most difficult, conflicted election in the history of the U.S. He goes into what if one person wins, what if the other person wins, and it gets pretty depressing, and I guarantee you, like me, you'll lose sleep over it. That's election is, November's a long way from now, thankfully, but we may have one heck of a year in front of us. And the USA itself, as the center of democracy in the world, this may be a real challenge for all of us to face. So I didn't put that up there, but I think you just have to look at that as I put election tension, uncertainty, but I would say let's move that up to a huge risk. I am worried about the conflict in the Red Sea. You heard today that the Houthis were launching even more drones. That's serious. A good amount of the ships that normally go through there are having to take the longer route around the Horn of Africa. That's inflation. And if you haven't followed it, the Panama Canal, not a conflict. The Panama Canal is having climate change impacts. The canal is, the water level of that canal is always based on a huge lake, and they're having a drought, and they're not getting enough water. So they have cut the number of ships through the Panama Canal in half. That also is an enormous impact on shipping, and that's cost, and again, that's inflation. So not only conflict, but climate change are going to be big risks that are going to be on top of us all the time. So global major concerns, the inevitable risks, climate extremes, we're already seeing that with a polar plunge here in the US, the energy transition, digital, and he's worried about cyber attacks, and there go my slides, no. But Ian Bremmer is very worried about cyber and very worried about AI, and we're gonna have to see how that goes. And then all the other things that I mentioned. So we're gonna have to hope and watch the portfolio to earn that 7%. But any questions?
Put on the seatbelt.
That's my CIO report, sir. 2 more left.
Okay. Any public comment?
There
No,
are no
I-
members of the public in the queue.
Sharon.
Oh, yeah, Sharon, yeah. Sorry, Sharon.
That's okay, no worries. I did have, I did have a quick question though, 'cause, I've been following a lot of this and it's a lot. And it's a lot that we don't have control over. And so I'm just sort of wondering what the conversation is with the investment staff in terms of how to be proactive or navigate and as much as we can not be reactive. So I just wonder if you could give us a little color on the conversations, like how do you approach navigating what feels like a really chaotic year? So just wonder if you could.
Yeah, I think for our sake, we would say that's why we're close to home. We're not willing, the lack of knowledge of which way to bet, to be aggressive one way or the other, to be super defensive or super aggressive just makes it so hard. So we have the lowest, we call it active risk in the portfolio that we've had in years. And that says we're kind of like we're hiding in the house. We're standing on the base is another analogy. And I think, Sharon, people have asked me to look back on the 23 years, what was my biggest mistake? And I kind of thought about it and I thought, you know what it was? It was telling you that global pandemic was a bad thing. It turned out to be one of our biggest return years in history. Go figure. So it's humbling. So I think that's, even if I could hand the team the newspaper for a year from now, I don't know that we'd know what the markets were doing about it. We can imply. I can remember in 2016 when somebody surprisingly won the election, we were thinking about being totally defensive. And yet the markets, I remember the staff, we talked that night, we met at 5 a.m., we were ready to hedge the portfolio and markets were limit up. So I think the best we can do is not take a lot of risk, not try to anticipate the future because we're worried that you get it wrong, it's a huge penalty. And in this environment with the funding plan, we just don't think we should take giant risks. We have a head start. We already know we're dropping off 2001, which was a 22% year. So we know right now the 3-year return's about 6. So it's not 7. So we're going to give some of our head start. Think about the funding plan from David Lamonroe. We had a head start. It's kind of catching up with us. We're still on the funding plan, but it's caught up with us. We don't want to take a lot of risks right in here to bet, this is still very early in the funding plan. You've got till 20 or 43, so.
Well, I would argue, I appreciate the chair talking about 7% for this year. I would argue that our governance and in the process of how we're succession planning for you is a big part of our value to our teachers and, to our members. And so I want that 7%, but I think more than that, I think our governance and kind of our approach or philosophy has been our secret sauce, if you will. And so I just, again, continue to work on that 7%, but I also think it's more than just returns. It's really about how we conduct ourselves. And I think that's been a key to your success, Chris. So thank you for that.
No, thank you. I have said to the team many times, Warren Buffett always says, rule number 1, don't lose principal. Rule number 2, don't forget rule number 1. So, as much as I always want to make 7, you're right. I'm always, I'm Chicken Little all the time. I'm always worried about losing corpus. Because as you saw in my career, it's happened here and it's devastating.
Yeah.
Any public comment? Seeing
There are
none,
no
let's
members of
move.
the public.
Thank you. Sure. Yes, Eric, I see you now.
Yeah, thanks, Bill. I just want to acknowledge Chris, because it is under the CIO report. You personally have made yourself accessible to stakeholders, both direct stakeholders and indirect stakeholders, members of the system and non-members of the system. I know for a fact that even as recently as this past 2 weeks, you've taken time as the CIO of the second largest pension fund in America and one of the largest pension funds in the world to meet and hear the concerns of stakeholders. That's unusual. And I want our board to know that, especially our new board members. It's not something we should expect from whomever the successor is or whatever, but you've done that. And I want the public to know, in particular, you know, the teacher members of our system know that. It's unusual. I said to the chair of the investment committee the other night, I said it's probably uncommon or common practice for email communications that go to CIOs at this fund's level that don't even get acknowledged. You've taken time, our most precious resource, to meet with stakeholders. And I think the public needs to recognize that. We need to recognize that. And we need to thank you on the record for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Here. Okay. You don't want to speak again, do you?
No, that's it.
Okay.
Don't let me. Don't let me.
Take care of him, will you, Sharon? All right. The next item is Sustainable Investments and Stewardship Strategies, Corporate Governance Update. We have Aisha and team. Kirsty. Hello.
Hello, Kirsty Jenkinson, the Director of Sustainable Investment and Stewardship Strategies. I always say it's tough to follow Chris, but hey, thanks. This is a particularly tough time to follow. So bear with us. We will do our best. But I suppose to just take a moment as well to say that a lot of what we're going to be discussing today, and obviously that my team focuses on, we couldn't do without the leadership that Chris has shown throughout so many years, as probably I would go so far as to say the most important CIO in this country to channel steadfastly the importance of sustainable investment as just being a good investor and a smart investor. So thank you, Chris, for all that you have done to support our team and our initiatives and our efforts to focus on the sustainability factors that matter most to the teachers and to our fund. It's really important. I'm actually just literally here to stand next to Aisha. She's going to run this show. She has run all of this strategy, but we're going to be asking for your approval for two particular items, as you'll have seen in the materials, relating to very important bedrocks of how we use our influence as one of the largest pension funds in the world to create sustainable companies and business practices. So over to Aisha to frame it up.
Thank you so much. Aisha Mastagni, Portfolio Manager, Sustainable Investments and Stewardship Strategies. Thank you, Kirsty. Thank you, Chris. In line with keeping our head in the game, we're going to move forward with two very important documents. But I think to start off, the Investment Office has a complex set of policies. And so I think it's always helpful just to lay out this hierarchy so that everyone can understand the complex nature of all of these policies and principles. There is a more detailed graphic in your materials as attachment number 4 that actually has some commentary on it, so that could be helpful as well. In regards to the CIS program and portfolio policy, that policy in and of itself is somewhat unique from other asset classes because it actually is composed of two parts. One part that governs our portfolio within CIS and the other that governs all of our stewardship activities. And so today we're here to talk about two extensions of that policy, one that is the corporate governance principles and the other is the stewardship priorities. So I always like to show this slide because sometimes get questions like, what does stewardship mean? And what do you mean when we're talking about stewardship? Well, we're really using our influence as a global investor, and we do that through three main areas of activity: our proxy voting, our advocacy efforts with regulators and policymakers, and our portfolio company engagement. So first on the agenda is item 4A, which is the corporate governance principles. And these really lay the foundation for all of CalSTRS stewardship activities. And it's a document that really is reflective of best practices in the marketplace that support long-term value creation and risk mitigation. As part of this revision, staff undertook significant research reviewing the principles and the policies of all of our global peers. And specifically, I do want to recognize one person on staff, Elena Drake, who's in the audience. Elena. So I wanted to recognize her because she really did a lot of the heavy lifting for this document. She did a lot of the research looking at our global peers, and she leads all of our proxy voting activity within CIS. And so I just like to, you all see me a lot, but I want to recognize the bench and the team that's behind me because she really did lead this effort. There's more details about all of these different categories in your materials, but we sort of lumped them into these 4 main categories. And so I'm just going to pause here to see if there were any questions about any of the revisions that we did for the corporate governance principles. All right. Seeing none, I do want to ask for, when we get to the point of approving the principles, as part of that approval, I would like to ask the board for 2 amendments that are not in the materials. On page 11 of attachment 2, this was brought to our attention by one of the board members in our board briefings. I'd like to strike, it says, and presented in plain English. We're a global fund. That's sort of an archaic terminology. And so as part of that approval, I would like to strike that if that makes sense and the board's amenable to that. The second thing I'm asking for is, since we are removing Appendix A, which is the statement on shareholder responsibility, that document is actually referenced in the ESG risk factor policy, and I want to replace it with the corporate governance principles. That's the statement on investor responsibility is a very old attachment. It was established in 1978 and probably should have been retired long ago, but the corporate governance principles is now that document that really governs all of our proxy voting activities. Any questions on that? Because I know that was a lot.
We have a couple of questions on that.
Okay.
Sharon?
I did have a question not on those amendments seem fine, but I did have a question on, and tell me if this is something you're going to talk, but attachment to, I don't know how to reference it. Attachment to page 17, I guess, under the G, where you crossed out sustainability and put in ESG. I was just curious, because what I'm seeing more is people replacing ESG with sustainability, that language, because it's kind of more broad, and plus ESG, at least in the US, is kind of a loaded term at this point. So I wondered if you could just mention why that.
Yeah, it's funny you bring that up because we went back and forth on that, and we actually think that the corporate governance principles does a very good job of outlining environmental, social, and governance risks, and so we wanted to acknowledge that in the document. And we do talk about sustainability throughout the document, but I just think that it's really about the ESG risks and opportunities, and so we wanted to keep that term in there.
Okay. Yeah. At some point, I think the language gets complicated, and so, I mean, if it works for you guys, I'm not gonna parse that out, but I just think, that's fine. I'll just leave it at that.
Mr. Ruffino?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Got a general question, Aisha. Thank you. And you may be covering this a little bit later, I'm not sure, but since you talked about research and you asked, and by the way, thank you, Elena, for the wonderful job that you did. But while conducting that research among all your global peers, were there any corporate governance principles or policies that were adopted by other peers and that CalSTRS should consider maybe in the future?
Well, we like to think we did capture them all in this document. We haven't revised the corporate governance principles significantly in probably 6 or 7 years. We did do a brief update around human capital management about 5 years ago. And so this is really bringing it up to date with market best practice.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Denise?
A couple of things. I just want to state for the public and our stakeholders that while it might look like there's not a lot of discussion about this, I can tell you that I personally spent a lot of time with Aisha going over line by line on this and trying to make sure that I understood how all of the moving parts worked. And I would encourage people watching and our stakeholders to make sure that they look at the graphic that was pointed out at the beginning. There's a lot of moving parts, and we have a lot of rules at CalSTRS about what we do and how we feel about things. And I think that that graphic really explains it. And behind each part of that, there's at least 10 or 20 more parts. So to sit here and explain it would take hours. So I just want to encourage everyone that if you're really interested in how we feel about ESG and how we manage our money and all of the things that our investment branch looks at, to really study that, because we do a really, really good job. It's already been stated about how Chris talks to people. Aisha does as well, and the rest of our team. And I'm just really proud that I'm a part of this. And the more I understand it, it's really impressive. So thank you for all that you've done and for trying to explain this here in this setting. I know it's difficult.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions before I move to the stewardship priorities? All right.
There's not.
So CalSTRS has a long history of proactive engagement with our portfolio companies on issues that impact the long-term performance of those companies. So the purpose of the stewardship priorities is really to help staff prioritize and use and allocate our resources most effectively. So what we're asking for today is approval for these 3 stewardship priorities. I'm going to go into more detail about each one of them. But corporate and market accountability, the net zero transition, and our newest stewardship priority, workforce and communities. Staff spends a lot of time thinking about what our priorities should be and how we can use those resources. And so each of the priorities were selected based on meeting this criteria that's on the screen now. All 3 are material to the portfolio and affect multiple sectors and industries. We have the tools to actually effectuate change within those priorities. And we're able to deliver meaningful outcomes because we want to be accountable to our stakeholders, we want to be accountable to you and our beneficiaries. So the first one is corporate and market accountability. Think about this one as sort of the market in which we operate as a global investor. Oops. What happened? So we need basic governance rights, we need effective boards in order to have well-functioning, efficient markets. And so what you see here is sort of the focus areas within corporate and market accountability. Like I said, we need effective boards, which includes diverse and inclusive boards. We need basic sustainability disclosures in order to evaluate all the risks and opportunities we have as investors. And we need to protect shareholder rights when necessary. The second one is on the net zero transition. How do I keep jumping ahead? I know. Look, I wasn't even touching it.
There we go.
All right. So as you all know, the net zero strategy is supported by 3 pillars of activity. The first is measuring and reducing emissions. The second is increasing our exposure to low carbon investments. And last but not least, it's using our influence, which is where this stewardship priority comes into place. And so we're going to be focusing on the highest emitters in our portfolio to help achieve that goal of having a net zero portfolio by 2050 or sooner. And we're going to be spending time over the course of the next year or two building our knowledge around nature-based solutions, biodiversity, nature. All right, and last but not least is our newest stewardship priority, which is workforce and communities.
Wow.
It's as Mr. Chair, as you announced at the beginning of the meeting, we really do feel like human capital is the most important asset within any organization, and so we're just recognizing that as part of the stewardship priorities, because we really think that boards have a responsibility to have an engaged and effective workforce. We know that an engaged and healthy, stable workforce is actually a competitive advantage for companies, and so that's why we're going to continue our work there. I will note that the responsible firearms is now part of this stewardship priority. We're definitely going to continue our work with the retailers and the banking industry on responsible firearms. It just didn't rise to the level as the other stewardship priorities, so it's now part of this workforce and communities. Next slide. So CalSTRS utilizes a variety of tools and tactics to implement the stewardship priorities. The four main tactics we use, they're detailed. I'm not sure what page it is for you, but it's page 6 of item 4B, which talks about the various activities. And it's basically everything from policy advocacy to the left. We don't necessarily use the litigation and the activist stewardship as much, but I do want to recognize that litigation can be a very effective tool. I think some of you might remember that in March of this year, we actually joined a case with Pulliton Asset Management against Massimo Corporation. Massimo was a company that had bylaws in place that made it almost impossible for shareholders to elect directors. They had change in control provisions that insulated the CEO. And so we joined that case to just sort of put our weight behind it. And it's amazing because Pulliton was able to achieve almost everything it set out to. And I do just want to make one quote because I thought this was very telling. The Delaware Vice Chancellor Cook made in his statements. He says, "This court recognizes that the obvious fundamental benefit of preserving shareholder rights to vote and elect directors of their choosing." And so while we don't always, it's sort of a, Brian Bartow likes to call it sort of the nuclear option, it can be very, very effective. So I just wanted to recognize that. Next is, like I said earlier, it's important that we can achieve meaningful outcomes. And you'll see in attachment 1 of item 4B, we actually detail all of our achievements over the past year. And so the highlights are recognized and provided in more detail in that attachment. All right, next week. And I think many of you have seen this graphic before. While we try to focus our efforts using the stewardship priorities, we often get inbound requests from outside parties. And so this is just a flow chart that we use to help determine how we're going to proceed and how we're going to respond to any of those requests. This is actually part of the CIS policy within the stewardship section. And so I just like to bring this up so that everyone can understand that we try to be very, very responsive to as many stakeholders as possible, but at the same time, using our resources efficiently. And then last but not least, communicating our activities. You all probably see the quarterly engagements in action that's published on our website. We also do the annual highlights like you're seeing in your board materials. And last but not least, we'll always keep the board updated on any high-profile engagements that we may undertake. And so last but not least, I'll take any questions about either of the documents, and we're hoping for your recommendation with those two caveats or amendments that I mentioned. Questions?
Gail Miller, please.
And I do want to echo what you said about Chris leading the way in terms of engagement writ large. And I think, Aisha, it would be really helpful if we could, in addition to the attachment, which is important just because we have so many folks here today, really talk about some of the big accomplishments. I think you mentioned litigation, and obviously we had the Engine 1 with Exxon, but I sometimes think folks don't understand how deep our engagement is and what a difference it makes. So both in terms of human capital and sustainability, and what it means just to be known as such an important piece of these engagements. Could you just maybe highlight a couple? I was trying to pull it up to do it for you. I couldn't.
No, I'll just, and it's funny because one of the engagements that Elena's actually very, very involved with is our California Investors for Board Diversity. That's a partnership and a collaborative effort that we have with San Francisco Pension and CalPERS. And they've had tremendous strides in getting companies to not only add diversity to the board, but also improve their governance so that that refreshment and that diversity is long-lasting and not just putting someone on the board. And so I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but they've achieved significant strides under that engagement. And then the other thing I'll just highlight just for the net zero side of things is, we've, under Niall Garrettson, who's also part of the team, a real effort to get companies to adopt what's called the Oil and Gas Methane Protocol 2.0. And these are companies and getting them to actually respond to and accurately measure their methane emissions, because as we know, methane is a lot more potent than carbon dioxide. And we also know that the estimates of the leakages are actually way underestimated. And so getting companies to adopt this protocol is so important. And so we've achieved, I don't have the exact numbers on that one in front of me either, but we've achieved significant accomplishments getting companies to adopt OGMP 2.0, including our friends at ExxonMobil most recently.
Thank you.
Mr. Ruffino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And along those lines, by the way, and thank you to Ms. Miller for reminding us the Engine 1, which was of historical proportion, engagement. We did something that everybody said that it couldn't be done. So again, for folks, if you're not familiar, I challenge you to go back and go read some of those press releases. It was widely publicized. But having said that, and thank you again, to you, Aisha, and all your staff. But having said that, in our engagement, we had great successes, right? Can you tell us about an engagement that maybe where we have not been as successful, where we have been ineffective, and why, and what we learned, and what should we do something different?
That's a great question, Frank. I think that, we on the stewardship team, we don't think about engagement as failing or succeeding. It really is about a strategy we use to uncover risk. And now, are there times where we faced challenges? Absolutely. There are always companies that are resistant to change. There are always companies that can be unresponsive to our requests. But I think that the power that we have is one in our size and our name, and we can be persistent. We can keep coming back. So I think that actually lends itself very well to ultimately achieving our goal. Sometimes it just takes a little longer than others.
Superintendent Thurman, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I had the chance to hear most of it from the rear of the room. And I really appreciated your reference to workforce culture and engagement as stewardship priorities, words to live by. I am trying to reconcile in my own head some of the things that were stated in this chamber today by some of the folks who've questioned some of the companies that are in our portfolio. And the things that people have complained about vis-a-vis working conditions or how people have been treated, employees have been treated by companies that are in our portfolio, right? We are public stewards of public resources, are hard to reconcile with the statement of workforce culture and engagement are our stewardship priorities. And if it's not in your wheelhouse to answer it, then I'm okay with that. But I would like for someone from our team to speak to it in some way, because it's been for a few meetings now that these concerns have been raised. And I appreciate that our staff have looked into them. I want to really appreciate our CEO, who has demonstrated important leadership into looking into concerns and being very responsive, and our CIO as well. But where are we? And is there any more light to shed on these concerns, these troubling concerns that keep being raised? And I just want to, I don't know, I guess I feel like if we talk about stewardship and we don't talk about things that have been raised, shame on us. And so if there's a good answer for it, it satisfies me. But it seems to me that to leave it left unsaid is a missed opportunity for us to reflect our values, even in just acknowledging it. I don't know if there's anything that you all have to offer.
I'm very happy to take this. Thank you, Superintendent, for raising that point. And I think maybe to sort of go back to a point that we have here on this slide, I'll use it as an illustration because I think it might really get to what you're asking. If we see this network of policies and practices that we have, this is the multiple sources that we have to try and manage and think about the risks that you've raised. What we've been talking about specifically here actually in this discussion at the bottom there is around the companies that we invested, the public companies. Mm-hmm. That's slightly different, I will recognize, to some of the concerns that were raised earlier in the boardroom. But we feel very confident as well that you'll see those policies in amber. They help us across the total fund and across the asset classes to raise these issues. Mm-hmm. You'll hear that we're very responsive to it and that when we have partners where these issues have been raised, we will use this as a policy mechanism to go to them and ask for their feedback. And so we feel very clear that we have different tools in our toolbox, whether the investment that is brought to our attention, whether it sits within a publicly traded portfolio company or whether it sits through one of our managers, we have the mechanisms to be able to raise that and help to mitigate it. So I hope, without going into the specific details of the cases that we're talking about, you can get some reassurance from the fact of the complexity of the network that we have to help us think about these issues.
I do have reassurance about the complexity, and the things that people have said, they do not reflect on anybody who either works for CalSTRS or, and I think we have a great framework for our entire portfolio. Yep. That you've alluded to. But in the very first meeting where this came up, someone came up and said that Blackstone and their partners or affiliates, engaged in labor practices where young people will be working in dangerous situations. And to this day, I still have not heard an answer to that. And I'm worried because when I hear things like that, it concerns me. And people have said things about Ainsbridge and targeting workers for expressing a labor point of view. And so I just don't know how to reconcile that. And I don't want to just leave it and say, okay, it'll get handled by a framework, right? A framework is only as good as those who implement it. And I'm not saying that it's not being implemented, but we still hear these things. And without reconciliation, I don't know what to think. And I don't want to think that anyone's being put in harm's way. And so it seems to me appropriate in this moment where we're talking about governance, where we're talking about stewardship priorities, that I'm asking, where are things? And if anyone on the team can address it, I'm grateful to know.
We very much also try and keep the board informed. But
yeah, Chris?
Yeah, no, sorry, Kirsty.
No,
no, we do directly engage, and we did directly engage specifically on that issue. And we have actually met with Blackstone in New York several times on that issue and felt, and I thought we reported back to the board that we felt they took sufficient actions to ensure that never occurred again, and made changes within their own personnel and made changes within their oversight of the portfolio company and that particular portfolio company. So depending, as Kirsty's saying, depending on the security type, you heard with Unite here, I believe Aimbridge is a publicly traded company, and then Advent and Blackstone are obviously private investments. And so that's why Kirsty's pointing out, it hits different parts of the policy. If it's a public company, it mostly falls in that, I don't know, light green, is that fair to say? If it's a private company, then it falls up in the orange or yellow. But yes, we absolutely engage directly. The question about whether we stop making an investment or try to sell an investment is about whether we're getting responses back from that partner, whether they're trying to bring about changes. And then we have a whole policy that you just recently adopted about how to deal with those kinds of conflicts. So in the case of the private investments of Blackstone, we go back and directly engage, but we're an LP in a GP structure. And we look at that, and the whole team knows about it, to factor it into our decisions going forward. And then on the public companies, that's where it really kind of looks back to our policies, whether we hold it in an index or an active portfolio, but we'll engage that company and try to bring about change. We've always had a hard time struggling with the individual incidents other than raising those, and since we have to be labor neutral, asking the company to then look into the Labor Institute and try and resolve worker safety. But your principles drive all of our actions, private, public, so that we're consistent, what we call human capital management. It's kind of a rough term to me. Workers, worker rights, worker safety across all the parts of the portfolio.
Thank you. I am not someone who's advocating that any of these companies not be in our portfolio. I do think, though, if someone who is a representative of an entity that is part of our portfolio and there's any allegation of wrongdoing, that we have a responsibility to look into it and, if necessary, act. But I'm not necessarily advocating that they be out of the portfolio. That's always a range of options. But I guess I would ask then, you spoke to Blackstone. As it relates to the things that have been raised about Ainsbridge, is that something that has been investigated? Are you satisfied with the outcome of what you found? I agree all of these things need to be labor neutral. I just think that when there are allegations of people being threatened or intimidated or mistreated in any way, and we have some responsibility for one of the companies, even though we're not doing it, I think we have to certainly look into it and use our resources and leverages to make sure that that they realize that they too are now public stewards. All right, they have the public's money and they need to carry themselves in a certain way. And so, what is the status as relates to Ainsbridge from your?
Mr. Superintendent, we definitely met with them face to face. We called them immediately afterwards. We met with them face to face several times in New York. We are satisfied that they've taken remedial action to ensure this will never happen again, and action within their own company to discipline the people involved and change their portfolio oversight. With that, we've gone back even just as recently this fall to have continued discussions with them about human capital management and our added insights, particularly the hotels and other industries that have been raised by the Department of Labor, to make sure this is something that is a primary focus on them. So the resolution is we were satisfied, but we never stopped. We're going to monitor the heck out of them. And I can assure you that they know, because I said to them most recently, their success directly links to the retirement safety of California teachers, and we are counting on them 1,000%, and they get it as one of our bigger money managers. And so we present that to them and put it in their face literally all the time. And when we go to New York, particularly myself and Scott make the rounds to some of our biggest managers, but also some of our smallest managers specifically to do that, to remind them who we are, who they're managing money for, and the standards we want them to uphold. Thankfully, we have other states that view it like we do, and so they hear from multiple sources. But then I can tell you they obviously heard from other sources who don't care. But thankfully, these firms aren't prone to not thankfully, these firms can make mistakes, but they understand and they hear it loud and clear. And so I can tell you, particularly when I think of one GP, I had to meet with 5 times personally to get them to change their behavior and to get us out of an investment in that case. And I only raise that because I recognize there are levels of engagement. Depending on when we engage, what kind of response do we get? We come back, what kind of response? You always want to have some ability to have some teeth in what we're saying, that our words matter and what we want in our principles. So I think they have a very good idea of what it means to manage money for California teachers and what we want out of our investment in terms of return, but then also impact on society.
My takeaways, what I heard you say is that you looked into it, some corrections were made, and that you articulated that we have high expectations for character and class and the way this fund is represented because of who we represent. And that monitoring will continue if there are other concerns. And so for all those things, thank you. I appreciate your responsiveness and your report. Thank you.
May I add one final comment? I'm so sorry,
Sure.
Superintendent, just as well. It's something our team takes very seriously as well, is to make sure that we keep the board apprised and updated on a regular basis about these discussions as well, so that we are transparent and accountable to you. So please, we will continue to do that as we have done for a couple of years, but we will promise to do that.
Thank you.
If my colleagues will indulge me for a moment, and I'd like to respond to your raising this concern because, for the last 6 months or so, we've seen issues brought before us that have been contentious and have, raised concerns about how one treats other people. And, obviously this is a deep feeling in my heart because I grew up in a labor family. And, the last trip that Scott and I took back east, we met with our private equity partners. And I made it very clear that we had human beings coming before us that were talking about not being able to feed themselves, to house themselves because of workplace problems, and that we are a partner of choice because, we live by certain principles, and we expect our partners that we co-invest with or invest as limited partners to understand that that kind of partnership requires a congruence of values. Mm-hmm. You've got to have the same values. And I know the chair of the board has met with many of these people, not only as the chair of the board, but as formerly the chair of this committee on a number of occasions. So there is a lot of not only the staff, mm-hmm. but this board and its leadership, has basically said, we represent teachers who are the caregivers of this world, and they have certain values. And so we expect that from you.
That's right.
And so it's not just, a transactional meeting. This is a real meeting of let's share values. So, I think it's a great issue you raised. It's an important issue, and thank you for raising it. And I hope you understand that we're all aligned here.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, for your articulation of those values. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your work as well, and to the members of the board. Thank you.
Okay, Harry.
Since we're in the moment of gratitude and thankfulness, I think you raised a very important governance topic, Mr. Superintendent. And I think I'd like to speak with the chair and our governance committee consultant, Ms. McDuffie, our CEO, at some point, because what we're talking about is trust but verify. We're a public entity, a public body, And these issues are going to continue to come before us. We have this policy in front of us that we're going to adopt. And I'm thinking about human capital in a global economy. We could have someone at this meeting every day, every time we meet, bringing up concerns. And we really have to prioritize. So I think trust but verify is an important component to good governance. And I think working with our staff and our consultants and our advisors, what's the appropriate cadence for us to be updated by our staff in what setting, open or closed? I know where I lean on some of this stuff because they're personal investments, they're about firms, and I think we should build that into our regular cadence of meetings because these issues are not going to go away. These values are important to us. We're putting them in policy. We live these values. We want our partners to live these values. But I personally don't want to be making the investment decisions. It's not my job. I don't want somebody outside in the audience telling us how to invest. That's not their job. It's important for me to know my job, do my job, and make it about the fund, our fiduciary responsibility. Because when I've heard some of these concerns raised, like Chris said, these firms are massive. They make mistakes. Sometimes they hire the wrong people. Sometimes the companies that they oversee don't live up to their values because the individuals that I know at these firms, I respect because I know their cultures as much as the person from the outside can. And they reflect our values, the people at the top of these firms. I see the world differently on some issues than they do, but I've met with them in my 16 years on the board. And we have the ability to engage with them to do a lot of good, a lot of good. But if we make this forum and we don't put some governance structure in this and some guardrails in this, what will happen is, I'm afraid, we'll wind up being inefficient with our time. And we might wind up doing more harm than good. And there's a lot more that we agree on than we disagree on. So we just have to figure out how we put this into our regular reporting updates that we get from our staff and our advisors. What is going on? Can you give us the other side of the story? Where's the truth? And what are we doing to make sure that our values are being upheld by the people that we entrust to manage billions of dollars on behalf of California's educators? So you raise a very, very important point, and I think we should figure out how we structure these discussions on a proper, maybe it's a quarterly basis, we get updates. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Sharon Hendricks.
I'm sorry, I, with all due respect and the greatest respect, this at some point should be on the agenda. I think that there would be a lot of interest and commentary. I'm not stopping you from speaking. I want you to consider whether or not this should be moved to an agenda item because it's not really agendized for this.
Okay. With that in mind, and also, Sharon.
Well, I guess I just want to respond to the superintendent's query because I just for the record, that Chris did, one of the things I've been pretty vigilant about on the board is ensuring that there's a feedback loop when there are concerns from the public, that we somehow hear that either in open session or in closed session when appropriate with your counsel, Brian. And I just want to kind of for the record acknowledge that Chris did give that feedback. So if somehow your office didn't hear that or get that information, we want to make sure that if you're present, you hear it, or if one of your staff folks are present, that they make sure you hear that from them directly. And I think your proposal is a good one. So somehow that there's a feedback loop. So so that we kind of have, conversations that it comes back to us, whether in open or closed session moving forward. So I appreciate your comments, Brian, and I think obviously we'll trust the leadership of the board as well as the investment committee to move that forward. But for the record, I just want to acknowledge that, Chris, you have been really working on closing that feedback loop, and we appreciate that, and we can only get better moving forward. So thanks.
Oh, Gail Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as a point of how amazing this moment of time is, 54 minutes ago, 6 Southern California hotels managed by Ambridge signed a new proposal with Unite Here. So acaban de firmar un acuerdo con el sindicato 11 y los agradezco mucho que vinieron. So like really happy that they actually signed the agreement right now. So pernicious and indeed reason to celebrate our engagement. Okay, that was it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Rapino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I cannot, God, how do I? I mean, I can't.
Hey,
There's no
quickly.
way, but that is.
That's how you close.
Thank you for sharing.
Quickly, Frank, that's how you close.
Quickly, Mr. Chair, back on the agenda, I have a quick question, Aisha, regarding the rationale, as I understand it, we review the corporate governance every 3 to 5 years. And I'm trying to understand the rationale why 3 to 5 years and not more frequently. And then I have a quick follow-up to that for the chair. Thank you.
So, Mr. Rufino, we do, if we see the need to update anything in our corporate governance principles, we will bring this back to the board, but things don't change that quickly. Even with the stewardship priorities, you're approving it for a 3-year cycle because some of these activities, they don't happen overnight. It takes time to achieve progress and be able to report on those outcomes. So that's why, and it's just a rough estimate.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Chair, real quick, I and I think the treasurer has mentioned this before about, take a look at our labor principles. Specifically, I know you mentioned in your open statement, that we do have labor principles, and I'm not sure when was the last time that we looked at it, that we revised, especially in the private equity area, which that seems to be another area that we moving forward.
Yeah.
So respectfully from the treasurer would like to see that at one point, we take a look, at those principles and maybe we can agendize or we can do some review.
Yep.
Thank
Thank you,
Frank.
Mr. Chair.
I'll move approval when you're ready, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Yeah, and I think that that's a pretty universal point of view and will be addressed in probably a much larger context, because it involves human capital. It's part of that. I think it'll be addressed in another larger context. I've got a question. First of all, all of us are going to miss hearing something here, and I'm guilty of it. I think all of us will miss something and therefore assume that it hasn't been said. And so, in defense of all of us who might miss something and raise an issue that has already been addressed, mea culpa, it's okay. It's okay. Always feel free to ask any question you want that is pertinent to the issue at hand. I have a question for council. Given 4A, which is a revision to our corporate governance principles, and 4B, which is approving the CalSTRS stewardship priorities, it seems to me that 4A is of a more significant motion in the fact that it addresses revisions to principles. And should we, on that basis, have motions separate from 4A and 4B? I would like to do both, but I just want to make sure that we do this with thoughtfulness in mind.
Well, it certainly emphasizes. So by separating it, it emphasizes the decision that you're making.
Okay.
So one is for convenience and the other is for emphasis, so it really is your call.
Okay. I will take any further comment. I will take a motion on 4A, approving the revisions as modified to our governance principles. So there's been a motion and second. Public comment.
There are no members of the public in the queue.
Thank you, Brian. Do the consultants have any points of view on this? I know you do, and I would invite you to share them with us.
In the interest of time, we have reviewed both of these policies, engaged with staff on them, provided in writing our support for both of the policies.
Okay. With respect to the motion 4A approving revisions to the CalSTRS corporate governance principles with modification, we should have a roll call vote.
Ms. Gallegos?
Yay.
Superintendent Thurman?
Aye.
Ms. Yamamoto?
Aye.
Mr. Tang?
Aye.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Mr. Keeley?
Aye.
Ms. Hendricks?
Yes.
Ms. Erden?
Yes.
Mr. Gunning?
Yes.
Mr. Rufino?
Yes.
Ms. Miller?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay. With respect to item number 4B, approve the CalSTRS stewardship principles for the next 3 years with, I think there's some modification there as well? No? Okay, well, that one goes
As presented.
cleanly.
Move for approval.
Ken, move for approval, the second by Denise. Public comment?
There
Okay.
are no members of the public in the queue.
Ms. Gallegos? Superintendent Thurman?
Aye.
Ms. Yamamoto?
Aye.
Mr. Tang?
Aye.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Mr. Keeley?
Aye.
Ms. Hendricks?
Yes.
Ms. Erden?
Yes.
Mr. Gunning?
Yes.
Mr. Rufino?
Yes.
Ms. Miller?
Yes.
The motion passes. Chair, would you care to vote?
Aye on both.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for all the good work you guys do. We appreciate you so much.
Good job, guys. Look what you brought on.
Let's see.
All your positive energy.
Does anybody need a break? Okay, let's take let's say a 10-minute break, be back here at 11:25.
Good.
Okay?
Good job.
Thanks.
Good job.
We have now reached the 11 o'clock item, only a half hour off. Investment policy statement revisions, leverage and asset allocation bands. First reading. Scott.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Scott Chan. I'm the Deputy CIO here at CalSTRS, and we have a pretty meticulous presentation to give you, but before we start with that, I don't think I can stop myself by just at least acknowledging Chris a little bit.
Just
That-
get to work.
The shorter the sermon, the
Congratulations.
better the prayer.
Short,
Get to work, get to work. We got till May,
we got till May, but hey,
till June, May for the meeting, so.
I want to say at least congratulations, and I'm sad at this moment. It's really going to be, I'm going to miss you, Hey. It's not a bromance, but we do have hey, I'm going to keep it short. We have 6 months. We do need to work on your speech though a little bit because you totally undersold yourself. Chris was one of the Hall of Famers to sit in this seat, globally recognized, and I don't think there's going to be another Chris Ailman born anytime soon into this.
Thank the Lord.
Although he does have grandkids.
I have a
so-
junior, mini me. Luca Christopher.
All right, well, seems like we want to move on. So let's go forward and we'll save this for 6 months from now. Anyways, as you know, the approach to how we construct the portfolio has been evolving over time. And at this juncture, staff needs greater flexibility in our policies to exercise discretion and add value in rebalancing the portfolio. So this includes decisions we've talked about regarding when to rebalance, when to use potential leverage to smooth out negative cash flows, particularly during market disruptions, and when and what assets to sell, if any. We are concluding a study that started roughly in July, where Bill, Gail, Jennifer, and Karen all asked us to do. And we're concluding the study with 2 recommendations, which Makita has concurred with. Number 1, it's widening the asset allocation ranges to provide greater flexibility, particularly around when we need to rebalance the portfolio. Number two, it's to add a maximum leverage limit of up to 10%. I'm going to spend a little bit more time on that leverage piece of it because a lot of questions centered around that. So number one, I want to say that this is temporary use of leverage, used to smooth cash flows. So the target allocation to leverage remains at 0. But what is changing is the range from 0 to 10%. Historically, we've been, sort of 0 to 5%, and we've hit 4% or so in 2020, as an example. Number two, we've historically had a lot of experience, not only at the asset class level, but at the total fund level. So this is not anything new for us. This is an evolution. Thirdly, I just want to put out there that we're not looking to immediately borrow capital. But this is really a tool, like any other tool, investment tool we would use, to give us the option to utilize it, particularly during market disruptions. So as you know, we have over 42 to 43% of our portfolio now in private and alternative assets. So we need the flexibility to rebalance that, particularly as some of the cash flow issues that we discussed. Our recommendations, I think this is a really important point I want to emphasize. It's about rebalancing the portfolio to our target asset allocation. And we just finished the asset allocation study. We've always been saying to the board, this is one of the most important decisions you make, because as we think about achieving or exceeding that 7%, it's the asset allocation, how much we're putting into global equities, fixed income, private markets, et cetera, that drives that. So this is about us mitigating that risk of straying too far away from those targets and having the capacity to rebalance. I think it's also important for the board to understand too that we're not paving new ground in the industry. If you were to look at our peers, and we've talked about this in the past, the peers closest to us already have existing policies that utilize leverage. As we examine it, and as I think we've presented to you, our approach is conservative to start off with. We might be going from 0 to 5 to 0 to 10%, but others, if you looked at the charts we've created, up to 40%, even up to 100% of the total fund. So I think our level is being conserved. But as a long-term investor, we want to be able to weather the ups and downs of markets, and we want to be in the camp with our peers to be able to provide liquidity, to be able to invest during market downturns for the long term. And that's what they're prepared to do. That's what we're going to try to prepare to do as well. So I want to just pause there and we're going to focus a little bit more on risk and risk mitigation, the governance and processes and reporting. And I'm going to hand it off to Geraldine and Josh in April to do that.
Hello, Geraldine Jimenez, Senior Investment Director, Public Markets. I'm going to walk you through an example, a real-time example in 2020. I'm going to add a little bit more to what Scott said. So going into 2020, we have, as many as you know, we have a highly functioning internal senior team. Public market directors are part of the team. They have votes. We work with the CIO and deputy CIO. We have hearty conversations at a minimum twice a month. But in 2020, you know it happened, right? Pandemic, the world's shutting down. What's going to happen to the equity markets? What's going to happen to the global economy? So this chart, if you look at 0, the top part, that means we're at our strategic asset allocation that you have approved in policy. It's table 1 in your handout. So that means we have no active risk on, so we're staying at 0. But again, the markets are starting to sell off. The outlook is very depressing, what's going to happen to the global economy. We're having conversations. We have excellent trade desks who are very comfortable using derivative instruments to get exposure to public markets and fixed income markets and equity markets. We're having these harder conversations at least twice a day. We're saying, what are we going to do? We're watching it. So we say we don't want to. If we follow the first line coming from the left, that's what would have happened if we did not put these derivatives on. We would have dropped with the market. We would have gone down to almost, 12% underweight our strategic target.
Well, we didn't do that. Through these tough conversations, and you have to trust me, there are tough conversations, a lot of opinions, doom and gloom. What do? We decided to put some positioning on using derivatives. So to stay in the equity market, to reduce our active risk. We did do that. That's that darker green line. We only got to about 6%. Maybe it's more closer to 8% underweight. Well, the markets reversed. The Fed stepped in. Don't fight the Fed, and it was a big positive. So we reduced active risk. We add value to the portfolio. So this is just an example how using the tools we're requesting today in policy, using the derivatives, the leverage, widening the bands. I do have to say, you were getting emails as a board from our CIO all the time, so that you were fully aware and informed as we were going through this, because we actually, if you look at the 6% target, the band, we breached it, right? Even with our derivatives, we breached it. So we're asking for more authority to manage within wider bands, to use derivatives to rebalance. And this is an extreme example. Like I said, our skill is there that we're actually comfortable using it quite often and on an ongoing basis. So I'm going to hand it over a little bit more about what this means to a portfolio to Josh and April, unless you have any questions on this real live example. Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you, Geraldine. So I'm Josh Diedisch. I'm one of the interim co-directors here for the strategy and risk team, and I've been focused on actually risk management in particular for quite a while. And that's why I'm so excited actually to be up here talking about this now, because this is really the culmination of a lot of work Scott mentioned the last year or so, but actually some of what is supporting this behind the scenes we've been doing for a number of years. And for those who saw the video that we put together, a couple of people from my team were in there. You'll hear later on the execution side from some of the teams in closed session. You just get a sense of just the depth of the team here. And so the comments I want to make are really about a couple categories of risks and really sort of talk about team and process and how that relates. And then you'll hear from April to talk more about governance and oversight and how we manage risk related to both of these policy recommendations. So the first one, the biggest one, really is just investment risk. And specifically when we talk about leverage, magnifying gains and losses. At the end of the day, the most basic thing that leverage can do is magnify gains and losses. And so we really care when we talk about something like that, what does that mean for the funding plan? And so, just to sort of in this theme of team and process, we've established a pretty well founded approach through the asset liability study, working with the actuarial team to look at risk to the funding plan, identified funding metrics. We developed a process for analyzing this kind of risk and applied that to both of these policy recommendations. And at the end of the day, we believe that they pose a low risk to the funding plan. And so that's sort of the upshot of that part of it when we really think about magnified gains and losses. What does that mean? And sort of how we apply this team and process approach. The other really boils down to execution risks and how we would implement both on the allocation ranges, but particularly with leverage. And so in my role as one of the co-leads for risk management, this is a core area of responsibility for us. And over the years, we've developed a number of ways to monitor risk associated with things like liquidity, maturity risk, liquidity insolvency, counterparty risk, the asset allocation. These are things that we've been doing for a very long time. And I thought I would just highlight a couple of examples. The first being related to liquidity. We've partnered with April's team to have a process that runs from something that happens daily, where we're looking at our cash and what's needed. We have the regular risk allocation committee that Geraldine alluded to, where we're looking at all of our potential flows, everything that we might need. We're stress testing what might happen. So when we use derivatives, we'll have potential margin calls. All of this to ensure that we have adequate liquidity in the portfolio to meet those needs, and even in a stress scenario. And this is a process that involves a number of people from my team, April's team, others in the branch, and involves senior management as we look at all of these. The other is really, another one that I would highlight is monitoring the asset allocation, and leverage will be part of that. So We have a daily process again. My team, several of us in the branch are looking at how is the portfolio allocated relative to targets? What does the leverage look like? We come together again in our risk allocation committee. All of the public markets, we have private market support, senior management, we're looking at all of this. And looking at, are we comfortable with where the portfolio is? Are we comfortable with the risk? Our team is producing a number of risk analytics. How are we deviating from the policy? What might that mean for performance? All these kinds of things. This is a pretty extensive process. And so as and you could sort of extend this to a number of the different execution risks that we face, both with both of these policy recommendations. But I think the sort of the end message that I would want to deliver is that, me personally, but also our team, we've been actively engaged with Chris and Scott and April, Geraldine, Mike, everybody sort of in developing this and feel very comfortable with these. And I think the big mitigants for us from that standpoint are, one, a lot of this is just ultimately about diversification. And so ensuring that just the way we diversify the portfolio, when we use tools of leverage, it's the same idea. And all of the things that we're doing, all these activities that we're undertaking are really to ensure diversification and a prudent level of risk. And then this team and process approach that we have, and the tight coordination that we have with April's team as well to get this information to you. So a lot of what we do is internal. Some of it you do see in the portfolio risk report that comes with the CIO report. But there's a lot going on behind the scenes, and was hope to try to just pull back the curtain just slightly to give you a little bit of a picture of the wide range of things that we're doing on my team and others sort of behind the scenes to support all this.
April Wilcox, Director of Investment Services. And as Scott mentioned, the use of leverage isn't new, and our governance and oversight isn't new either. You heard from Josh a lot of different examples. This slide will just show you really high level the governance hierarchy for the board. But if you look internally, we have a very robust governance structure in the investment branch. We have guidelines, we have procedures, internal controls for every investment strategy, including leverage. In addition, I think one of the key things when you kept hearing my name, thank you, Josh, over and over, was that investment services is involved in every single investment strategy. We are brought in the initial discussions, and we implement every instrument, including leverage as well. And as well, all internal trades and policies are monitored by our compliance team. And all the reports that Josh just mentioned as well, we partner with them and we prepare and review reports, even daily summary reports that have leverage. So there are so many touch points and controls, and I don't want to put you guys to sleep by talking about it. So I'll transition into what does it mean for you as a board with oversight. So first, we're going to be enhancing our CIO risk report that you get every board meeting and include additional leverage disclosures, and that is on attachment 5. And we're going to be providing that to the board on a monthly basis. And then every 2 weeks or mid-month, you get a report from the CIO that outlines the asset allocation and includes leverage balances as well, and that goes to the board. And if there's any deviations at all to policy on the leverage balance, you will get that in the compliance report, and you will hear from either me or the CIO on that. And so that's really outlining the reporting that the board will get to provide oversight. So I'll just finalize it with 3 really key points. Investment services, we review every single transaction and cash flow before it leaves. And so that is a big major control that we have, including things that happen with leverage and the collateral around leverage. The second one that Josh and Geraldine just mentioned, these decisions are not made in a vacuum. They are made in a thoughtful, collaborative discussions, including staff, including senior management, my team, and including discussions with your consultant. And then they are managed and monitored, looking at the risk that Josh went over and looking at the total fund. And the third point that Geraldine mentioned too, just like in 2020, we want to assure you that if there's any things that happen, we will let the board know right away. We're not going to wait until you get a report to see that there's something going on. We will reach out to you.
Great, and just one comment on the back of what April said. We work with both Bill and Gail on some of the enhanced reporting that was necessary, so I just wanted to make that comment. This is a first reading. We plan to bring the second reading in March. Of course, it's up to the discussion and the board, but we're prepared to do that. Anyways, let's move to Q&A.
Before we get to Q&A, I'd like to hear from our consultants, Makita, who, by the way, attend on a regular basis the RAC meetings that have been referenced, and participate in those meetings not just as an observer, but as a participant. And so they're quite aware, I think, of how some of these decisions are made, having done this over many years, and we've stopped counting, I think, in deference to Alan, long ago. Anyway, Steve or Alan or both of you, could you provide us with your thoughts?
Great, thanks, Bill. Steve McCourt, Makita, and I'm sure Alan will have additional thoughts to share as well. I would just highlight a few things. Leverage is both a complicated topic and endemic to the investment industry. As you all know, your assets have involved leverage, all sorts of types of leverage and all sorts of asset classes for a long, long time. So leverage is not new to CalSTRS, nor is it new to large asset owners like you. It's just worth noting that the use of leverage has been quite common in the industry for a long time. The leverage that's being referred to here is specific type of leverage that's measured at the total fund level, and staff did a nice job defining the types of leverage that count towards that total fund leverage level. Second thing I want to highlight is that this leverage policy implies a 0% target allocation to leverage. So this does not introduce strategic permanent leverage into the portfolio. It is a policy that allows staff flexibility to introduce total fund leverage when the use of that leverage benefits the risk-adjusted returns of the plan. And it's worth noting that as well. The third thing I want to highlight is for most of, if not all of the investment-related items that come before you, Makita engages with your staff. For this particular item, we engaged a lot over the last 4 or 5 months. So I just want to make sure that you are aware and comfortable with the fact that Makita has provided meaningful input to the staff on this policy, and we're comfortable with the policy as it's listed here today. And the final thing is, and noted in our memorandum that we provided, leverage is a journey, not a destination. And there's a handful of things like monitoring and measuring leverage over time that staff will be continuing to elevate and create processes and procedures for. And so there'll be, if and when you adopt this policy, there'll be an ability for you to provide feedback to staff on the types of measures and the types of risks that you want to control with leverage. So with that, I'll hand it over to Alan.
Yeah. Thanks, Steve. I too want to congratulate Mr. Ehrman. He and I have been on a journey since Sacramento County in the mid-1980s. So you've done a wonderful job, and you should be very proud of your accomplishments. It's a privilege to work with you. On that note, I will have a comment regarding leverage. The single most important decision you make is asset allocation as a board. You're allocating 0 to leverage, which means that any use of leverage is something that the staff has discretion for. And as such, any value added or lost, the accountability for that will fall upon the staff. And it's just very important that be on the record, that isn't a decision you're making, particularly since they're temporary decisions, they're tactical decisions. They are the responsibility of the staff, and as such, as you're looking at performance, as you're looking at accountability, that's where the accountability falls. And that's really the only comment. Steve handled the other issues.
I want to thank Makita and staff for having put in a lot of thought, time, energy, and especially acknowledging the fact that the committee, the board, understands that our members, when they hear leverage, go, oh my goodness, leverage, that's something that's something that has some risk to it. And what I wanted to establish today is that we have guardrails for the exercise of that risk, and that there's a very robust reporting on its use on a continuing basis to this committee, not only by staff, but by our consultants who attend the RAC meetings, so that we are fully aware of its use. Because I want the members to know that we guard their money with jealousy. We don't want it to be thrown out. I'm happy to see that the reporting has been increased even since you first proposed the reporting requirement to do it on a monthly basis and even on a more frequent basis if used, so that we know what's going on. And we trust that, because we have such fine consultants in Makita, and they're not afraid to speak up. I know that we will hear if there's ever any question about the use. So anyway, I want to put that into context, and now I'll open it up for questions. Deborah, welcome.
Thank you. Make sure my mic's on here. So thank you, staff, for the explanation about how this recommendation is relevant to our portfolio, and how using leverage will help staff mitigate risk. And I also want to echo Mr. Chair's comments on the use of controls and monitoring, because that's an important element of making sure that this is a successful tool. My question is, what is the rationale for 10%? And given the comments that we heard earlier about the risks we could potentially see in 2024, is this sufficient? And do you feel like you have the tools that you need to mitigate potential risks in 2024?
Thank you for the question, Deborah. I'll lead off and invite staff to make further comments, but this is a key question, a central question that staff and our consultants were opining on. So what we did was we measured things like a global credit crisis and the type of liquidity we would need in order to be able to operate well and continue to be a long-term investor, prudently managing those risks. So that's one element, is examining the worst case. The other element we were thinking about too is it could be this is a journey, right? And so over time, we might look towards including this in our asset allocation, talking a little bit more about permanent leverage, talking about higher limits. But 10% and below was a marker where we thought that we wouldn't need to open up this asset allocation study. If it was 10% or above, you're nodding your head, we would all agree, let's include it in an asset allocation study. We just completed that, so we were also thinking about these next 4 years in the current environment, as you were suggesting, what do we need to have? The other element too is, what has changed is the range, right? So we had been operating on 0 to 5%, now we're going to 0 to 10. And we wanted to be progressive along that journey, even though we have deep experience and even though we've been doing it. So those are some of the considerations. The other thing, and I think Josh might have covered this briefly, is we teamed up with the actuarial team, and even thinking about utilizing temporary leverage, not permanent leverage, what would that mean to the funding ratio, which is of utmost importance to everyone here. And the study concluded that at these levels, it would be minimal risk to the funding ratio as well. So those are just some of the elements that we considered. I opened up the team. Did I miss anything? Further comments?
I just want to address, you'd said, is that enough given a large market sell-off? Honestly, it probably isn't, but this was the level we were comfortable with. And should it happen like in 2020, as I demonstrate, there's probably notes going to the board saying this is what we're faced with. And if we did recommend more, that's what we'd do. But I know from being over the execution teams that we are very cautious. We would want to go very slowly into this.
Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you, Deborah. Gail Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. I think that was really helpful, and especially all the education leading up to this. The most important piece of this decision, in addition to what Mr. Umkin said about reporting and the work, Ms. Wilcox, that you do all the time, is this idea of how the board learns about risk. So I think part of what we're hearing is that not having this opportunity may increase our risks given. So just if we could speak a little bit more, and then putting a really fine point on all the ways that we report risk. I think you do a lot of that, but also just the way we're now doing a risk budget. And we talk a lot about asset allocation, absolutely the most important decision we make. And the most important role we play is understanding risk and how we're mitigating them. So the disclosure is important, not just because we need to understand and it's the staff's responsibility, but also so the board, as we move forward with this and as we see more risks on the horizon, we're doing leverage to mitigate some of those risks, and all the ways that we report on risk and the way we've really changed our reporting over the last 4 years, especially with the risk budget. So I think those 4 points, are, as we consider these, are really important for the board to understand all the ways that we've really evolved, and why, to your point as well, Ms. Gallegos, it's just so important that we start with a small amount, and part of what we do in this reporting is sort of test it out to look for these proof points to make sure that it works. So.
Sure, maybe I'll just lead off again and invite the staff to comment. But to the first question of, yes, mitigating risks to straying too far from your target asset allocation, I mentioned it, Alan mentioned it, we've mentioned it throughout the asset allocation study, that this is the primary mechanism, how we allocate the assets, the target, to reaching that 7% or exceeding it. Right, so there is risk if we stray, and Geraldine gave the example in 2008, we were significantly underweight global equities as the market sold off. It would have been an ideal time at that point to be able to use leverage in the form of derivatives or futures to rebalance the portfolio, while then reserving cash for the private markets to make, investments. I see Jennifer nodding her head because she's been in the private markets area, to really invest in discounted assets at that time. So that, you could think of it as an opportunity, but it's also really a risk mitigator, because when you're significantly underweight and offsides on your target asset allocation, you're taking risk because you're straying too far from it. The flip side of that is leverage does magnify your gains and potentially your losses. And so we examine that, again, teaming up with the actuarial team, to make sure that the guardrails are appropriate enough where we're not going to get so offsides and have any risk to our funding ratio, in our opinion. You made some comments on how we're evolving. I think this is a great observation, because as we instituted the risk budget across public markets, we developed new reporting, we put it into the CI report. We've been continuing to comment on those elements. This is no different. We've designed some new reporting that's going to go into the CI report. We talked about doing it monthly as well, and then having Chris or the CIO report in the mid-monthly report commentary on that as well. And so this has, I think, been a great governance process for us as we develop new steps. We are naturally thinking about how to report that to the board, how we're going to be held accountable, what the governance is, and April spent quite a bit of time trying to articulate that during the presentation as well.
Okay.
Can I add one thing?
Okay, sorry.
One thing that's not readily apparent in the example I showed, I was showing the public markets, but back to the private markets. If we start pulling back on deploying capital, you actually won't see this for many years in the future. So the risk is we're missing opportunities 3, 4, 5 years down the road in the private assets. So again, hard to really gauge immediately now with any one number. It's more of a futuristic look, which if you look at our performance, they've done quite well because we keep pacing into the private markets. And that's what this will allow us to do, this tool.
Thank you, Geraldine. Mr. Ruffino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for the presentation to the entire team. The headlines, they already, quote, they're already there. CalSTRS seeks to borrow more than $30 billion to manage cash. Unquote. So if fully utilized, and obviously the 10% will be an extreme case, what would be the total amount of leverage that CalSTRS could be exposed to? 30 billion, 40 billion?
That's a great question. So we've been looking at leverage in the fund for quite a while, and in some of the prior education items, we talked about how we have leverage in areas like real estate, and they have policies that govern that, and we embed that into our capital market assumptions. And so when you look at the distinction between what we look at in asset class leverage, and Steve made reference to this as well, we make a distinction between the asset class leverage and this total fund leverage. So what we've seen over the last few years in the asset class leverage is something typically between 15 to 20% total. So if we took and that's spread across real estate, inflation sensitive, a couple of other areas. If we were to fully utilize the 10% total fund leverage, it would be 15 to 20% plus the 10. So the total leverage in the portfolio at that point would be something like 25 to 30%. I would, again, sort of go back to the idea that we've embedded a lot of that in the asset class assumptions, and then we have different levels of risk associated with some of those. But the total number would be something like 25 to 30%.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Chairman Kiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can we go to slide 3? I think it was Ms. Geraldine's slide 3. Okay, so I want to make sure that I understand this because I was happy to hear Steve say that this is a complex topic. So I don't feel so inadequate. But I'm comfortable saying publicly, I don't know what I don't know when it comes to this topic, but I'm trusting our prudent experts to guide us, and it's complex. But at the same time, I'm not the one that has to execute this. You guys are. And clearly, execution risk is one of the issues that was mentioned. And you did a great job, all of you, in your presentation, because many of my questions were answered in your presentation around governance and reporting back. The role of Makita, our consultant. I trust our staff, but I want our consultants to make sure that they're independently reporting to us as well. So on this slide, this is 2020, it's the COVID crisis, public markets are selling off, and just let's use 100. I want to make sure I understand the slide correctly. That less than Irish slide, it's less than Irish, whatever color that is. It's not Irish green, but that's down, what, 12%? Is that correct? So this slide is showing the public markets have sold off 12%. So 12 on 100 is...
Our portfolio would be different from its strategic allocation by 12% if,
With,
and that Yeah, that is kind of a funny green line. The lower one.
Yep, the lower
squiggly
one, right? And if you have what you're proposing, if you had this tool in the toolbox at that time, the green line would have had, the losses would have been less impactful, and the recovery would have been better. So this is a best-case scenario.
We actually did that.
This is what we
That's
did.
actually what we did.
Okay.
And then we stripped out, it's Royal We, Josh's team did this. We stripped out any derivatives, so assuming we didn't do it, then you'd be in that lower line. So we, as the CIO reporting to you, chose to take this positioning and take on this leverage because we thought we could mitigate the risk, and this is proof that we did. And yes, we did have better returns because we put this positioning on.
So my question is how will we know, and do we know when we will know whether or not this has been a successful decision and tool to empower you to have in the toolbox to manage the state teachers' pension fund? Or to reconsider the decision?
We look at it internally regarding our decisions at the total fund, and we have, through one of April's team, they do performance attribution. So we look at all the time our decisions. Annually, it's systematically, how did we decisions? How did the risk allocation committee, how did we do? And sometimes it doesn't work out as well. Sometimes mitigating risk doesn't turn into immediate numbers tomorrow. It's mitigating that uncertainty. We do that. Now for you, we can report on it, but your consultant actually does reporting, and we've had conversations with them to help set up accounts and flow of information, so they're actually even seeing more transparently our overlay accounts. That's what this is. This is an overlay of your total, all your asset classes, and its performance. And so your consultant will be reporting on that in their regular reporting. Is that correct?
And I think there's some other issues that Alan's comment triggered some questions that I have that I think would probably be better if we don't need to take action on this today. I would prefer to ask them offline, but I can also live with, if we're moving forward with it today, Mr. Chairman, I can live with it because a lot of my questions were answered. Makita's supporting this, they've been involved in it, and I am really basically trusting them, and then we have a governance structure in place to verify whether or not they're executing this properly.
Well, as I understand it, the issue that you've raised is how do you measure either success or failure?
Yeah.
And it depends upon the asset classes that are impacted. I mean, if it's just, market equities, you can probably come to that conclusion quicker. I don't know, but private equities or real estate, it's a different story.
I think there's also a little bit more simplistic way to think about this as well as this is leverage taken out and utilized at a total fund level. So you would be looking at the total fund portfolio's risk and return. And I would submit here that in the funny looking green shaded line, if we were 12% underweight global equities, that would be taking very significant risk for us to achieve our target through our target asset allocation, right? So there is that point, but then the other point is looking at the performance. In retrospect, we performed considerably better than what we would have done had we not exercised that judgment at that time.
Okay. Mr. Empkin.
I just think it's important to underscore what this does. It gives a tool that will allow the staff to mitigate the risk associated with a significant variance from your strategic asset allocation. And effectively what it does, it will give them the tool to allow them to do something you might not want to do, which is very hard to invest in a falling market, particularly when you don't have liquidity, because it would force you to sell a long-term asset to meet a short-term liability, which is the worst thing you can do.
Yeah.
And so this is a tool to mitigate the risk of the mismatch and also to allow you to be consistent with your strategic policy.
That helps me.
That helps me a lot. So
Okay.
it reduces the risk that we'll be forced sellers.
Yeah, it's another risk, yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
Okay. Karen?
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the presentation, and thanks for the opportunity for letting me watch the video on leverage. So I've watched it several times, and I'm still trying to put the pieces together. One of the things, and I've asked several questions to each of you about this item, but one of the things that I was kind of thinking about is like, who's accountable? If it works or doesn't work, or how does that rest? Where does that, where's the stop?
The buck stops with me till June 30th. Then it will stop, the buck will stop with the next CIO. You'll know based on performance, because we'll be able to tell you how, whether it added value or hurt value.
Right.
And it's going to show up in the return. Think of the analogy of, we all use credit cards for short-term purchases and then pay them off just to smooth out our cash flow. And this is exactly, we're not getting a credit card, but that's the kind of thing we're trying to do here, is take advantage of opportunities when we think they appear, being very judicious and monitoring the heck out of it.
Like the rest of the board, I really trust the decisions and the advice of our consultants and the staff. So, thank you for your work, and thank you for always watching out for the people that benefit from our work.
Thank you, Karen. Ken?
Thanks for that analogy, Chris. I was going to ask if this is, lack of a better analogy, as using leverage as perhaps putting in the closer, if you will. At game situation, a closer comes in to save the game. Sometimes it's successful and sometimes it's not. Less time not, but more time successful, right? And so I'm thinking, am I on the right track in thinking that way, where we're having this leverage as signing on a first class closure, if you will, lack of a better analogy, using, yeah, right. I mean, in situation where, you need to bring something in to save a situation, the leverage is what you're called upon to do that. Am I on the right track, at least, in terms of understanding it?
I love analogies. You guys know that. I'm trying to wrap my head around that one, Ken. I'm not sure. Yes, in a way, I would almost be like, you could, let's say you had the flexibility. You're in the World Series, you have your team, but you have flexibility to add a couple of players if somebody gets hurt. And you only add them for a game or two, and then you put them back on the other roster. It's widening our toolbox so that we can, in a time where things are tough, we can add a little bit. And as Harry said, we can buy when things are down rather than having to sell something we want to hang on to. We can expand a little bit and buy that stuff that's down and then rebalance later. If that's a closer, sure.
Any other questions? I think that with the revisions made in the more robust reporting and the timeliness of the reporting, that I would consider having a motion today adopting the investment policy statement revision. Is the board so inclined?
Yeah.
Okay, there's been a motion made. All right, public comment.
There are no members of the public in the queue.
Well, I must say I'm delighted. This has been a long, relatively long process, but a lot of effort, not just among staff, but thank you to our consultants again for your active and thoughtful engagement on this. It's really appreciated. I think it gives all of us a little bit better feel to know that there are independent eyes. Not that we don't trust our staff, obviously we do, but it's always nice to have it ratified by other experts as well. And so with that, There's been a motion and a second, and could you call the roll?
Certainly. Ms. Gallegos?
Aye.
Superintendent Thurman?
Aye.
Ms. Yamamoto?
Aye.
Mr. Tang?
Aye.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Mr. Keeley?
Aye.
Ms. Hendricks?
Yes.
Ms. Erden?
Yes.
Mr. Gunning?
Yes.
Mr. Rufino?
Yes.
Ms. Miller?
Yes.
Chair, would you care to vote?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. I think it's time to, well, no, I guess we can go quickly through the consent agenda. Are there any objections to the item number 6 and item number 7? Item number 6 is the general consultant contract extension. There's a rationale for that. I think that was pretty clear. And I don't think that, given my comments just a few moments ago, that we want to let them go. So anyway, and number 7 is the approval of the minutes. And I always look to my seatmate Karen, whether she's had an opportunity to review and revise. And have they incorporated your revisions?
Yes, they have.
So I guess there is no objection to those 2 consent items. So we'll take a lunch break. It is now 11:20, and I know we have
12:20.
12:20, excuse me. You know, we should have an hour, and if we can get back here at 1:30 for, if that's possible, for the panel. Will that work? Yes. Okay, thanks, June. I'm sorry. My fault, my fault. And, pardon me?
1:15 or 1:20?
How about 1:30?
Okay. 1:30.
Welcome back to the continuation of the CalSTRS Investment Committee meeting. I think we find ourselves at item number 8, cases in diversity, equity, and inclusion. Who are the presenters? Okay, welcome. Lachey and Scott, thank you.
Great. Good afternoon. And I just want to acknowledge we had a fantastic discussion in the TRB yesterday regarding diversity, equity, inclusion. And as mentioned yesterday, our executive staff, led by Cassandra, has included diversity, equity, inclusion as a major initiative of our strategic plan for all of CalSTRS. Diversity, equity, inclusion efforts drive organizational performance. And one of the key initiatives of our strategic plan is integrating diversity, equity, inclusion into all of our practices. So not surprisingly, as we set the work plan for investments, we're fully integrated, and we've been studying best practices with the goal of leveraging that into our portfolio. One of the key differences, though, and I think this was mentioned well by Controller Malia Cohen yesterday, is that when it comes to the investments, we have a strict fiduciary lens as we look at the portfolio. It's got to be directly related to our investment performance and risk mitigation efforts. And so that's why we are taking it up here in the investment committee. So with that being said, I want to talk a little bit about the work plan that we've been undergoing. You know, the last board meeting, we had panelists to come in to talk about industry best practices across the industry. And today we have a panel of investment managers who will be asking the same questions, and June's going to moderate that panel. But where we are headed is hopefully in March or a near future board meeting, staff will be making some recommendations on the back of these best practices and how we can create the most value and leverage in our portfolio. But we'll also be working with board members, getting your feedback, and this is hopefully going to be a very interactive, moderated session so we can come together. And there were great examples yesterday. Controller Cohen, Superintendent Thurman both mentioned DE&I practices, not only for our managers and partners, but for the supply chain, for our vendors and others. And so this could be an area of exploration, just as an example. So with that being said, I'll hand it off to Lachey.
Thank you, Scott. Lachey Badalita, CalSTRS Investments Diversity Officer. As Scott mentioned, this is the second session of the DEMI work plan presented by the investment branch. Today, I will share key takeaways from the first session that occurred in November of 2022. As you recall, the panel heard from industry experts from the CFA, ILPA, and Veris. And during the November session, collectively, we also heard from the board who expressed the importance of diversity and also in all its form is our strength and contributes prudently to what we were trying to accomplish in regards to our investment return and risk objective. It was also mentioned that leadership and decision makers must be in the room to innovate and make a change. I believe it was Gail Miller who mentioned that there needs to be 3 people in the room when decisions are made. Someone to have the idea, someone to support it, and someone to ask questions. So with that, given that we do have a couple of new board members presented today, I just want to level set and just a brief overview also of our DIMI and what that consists of. Our first pillar of our strategy is our internal investment branch, where we strive to attract diverse professionals who will drive innovation on our team, as we believe diversity offers better decision-making and problem-solving abilities. Our second pillar is industry and portfolio company engagement. This is where we have the opportunity to engage with companies in our portfolio and also collaborate with investment leaders on a global scale. The third pillar, last pillar, is portfolio management, where we continue to pursue and engage and invest in emerging and diverse managers for our portfolio. Thank you. So as I mentioned, I am here to also share the key takeaways from the November Investment Committee that took place. This has 4 areas that were collectively expressed by both by the CFA, ILPA, and Veris. Data collection, and I think it was coined as collect the data, collect the data, collect the data. And currently there are 2 ways that CalSTRS Investments does this, through our initial due diligence process, but also as an onboarding opportunity, our annual DEI manager survey every year. The second element is engagement, where we would like to pursue a framework of having a 2-way dialogue with our portfolio managers in response to the collection of data from the survey. And we are very much committed as a team to develop a framework, an engagement framework, similar to what CIS does for the publicly listed companies, but I imagine that it would somewhat be similar and evolve over time. The next element is monitoring the progress of these portfolio managers. Again, it's a 2-way dialogue. It's not necessary to judge them, but perhaps inquire what progress they have made over time. How can we collaborate? How can we identify and support their particular initiatives in order to continue the alignment of interest that we have for CalSTRS? And lastly is measurement. We cannot, without the data, without engaging, and without monitoring, we need to also measure the progress, not only on a short-term basis, but on a long-term basis through our action plans with those portfolio managers. And there is one element that was not noted here that I wanted to add was reporting. I think that's also crucial in regards to being very transparent in regards to what we're doing collectively as CalSTRS, but also with our portfolio managers. So in sum, these elements outline our attribution to commitment, our 2-way dialogue, accountability, and transparency. In closing, we will continue to collect the takeaways from these particular sessions, including your guidance and support and initiatives that you would like us to pursue over time. And with that, I will close it, or actually open it for questions. Thank you.
No questions.
Oh.
Thank you very much. We'll bring up our panel.
Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Gail, you got to push the button. I mean, I can't.
I was trying.
You push mine all the time.
I couldn't reach it. Amazing job. Can I just compliment you on how actively you've listened, Lachey, for all these months on this topic? It's phenomenal. And I do just want to appropriately credit Melody person for the three people I wish I were that smart of Ariel Capital, and has led that incredible organization with this in mind. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm June Kim, your Director of Global Equity, and I'm joined by a terrific panel of 3 speakers today. We had planned for 4. In case you saw in the memo, there's a 4th speaker, but unfortunately he's under the weather and couldn't join us. But today we have a terrific panel of leaders. And so at the far end of the table is Carolyn Kai, who is Managing Partner and Chief Executive Officer of Pzena Investment Management. They're one of Global Equity's investment managers, managing a non-US equity mandate for us. And then next to her is Indira Arrington with Ares Management, and they're in multiple asset classes for CalSTRS, but notably private credit mandate under the fixed income team. And then next to me is John Winkelried, who is a partner and Chief Executive Officer of TPG, and TPG is one of private equity's top 10 relationships. So thank you for being here today. This will be a Q&A style, and then I will leave time at the end for questions from the board. I've stated your names and titles, but I would like each of you, please, if you could just share a little bit more about what your firm does and what your role is. And Caroline, I'm going to ask to start with you, please.
Sure. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today. So, Pzena Management. Yes. I have to push? Oh, sorry. Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today. So Pzena Investment Management was founded in 1995 by Rich Pzena and Bill Lipsey and John Getz, with the goal of practicing value investing anywhere in the world. We set our mission to be the premier global value investing manager, to attract and retain the best people, and to deliver on all of our commitments to clients and partners. And the firm today manages about 60 billion, a little over 60 billion in assets. We have about 156 employees, primarily in New York, but also with offices in Dublin, London, and Melbourne. Sydney in Australia. And I joined Pzena back in 2004 as an analyst. I became a co-portfolio manager on our international value strategy, which CalSTRS is invested in. And I joined the executive committee of Pzena in 2019 and officially transitioned into the CEO role in 2023. So we're very excited to be here today. And look forward to a really informative, interesting dialogue.
Thank you so much again.
Oh, Indira. Oh, just push it hard. Okay.
All right. Thank you again so much for the invitation to be here today. Indira Arrington, and I am a partner and have the honor of serving as the Global Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer at Ares Management. As stated by June, we are a global alternative asset management firm with approximately $395 billion under management across 4 core strategies: credit, real assets, secondaries, and private equity. We have offices in 35 countries and around 2,800 employees. And my role at the firm is to embed diversity, equity, and inclusion into everything that we do, from our human capital processes to our investment and business practices as well. In order to do so, I sit under both our CEO and our global head of HR in order to ensure that we can drive accountability for results where decisions actually happen.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm John Winkelried. I'm the CEO of TPG. TPG is also a global alternative asset management firm. essentially across private equity, real estate, and credit. I started my career originally at Goldman Sachs, where I spent 27 years and was the president and co-chief operating officer there, and then came to TPG in 2015 as the co-CEO originally, and now I'm the CEO of the firm. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you and to talk about this important topic.
Yeah, thank you. So we have this great group of leaders, and the topic is DEI. And so my first question to each of you is, why incorporate it into your business? What's the value add? And if you have any examples you can share of, what's worked, what hasn't, but from a practitioner standpoint, I think it'd be very useful and interesting to hear. So I'm gonna just ask to start again, Caroline.
Okay, sure. So first of all, diversity, specifically different viewpoints, backgrounds, and experience, we think, make any business stronger. And that's especially true in an investment manager. So if you look at from an investment team's perspective, the most dangerous thing is probably groupthink. And we as value investors, we're generally trafficking in the part of the market where what's going wrong in a business is obvious to everyone. And our job is to figure out what's the range of outcomes that can materialize from here and make sure that we pay a price that really reflects the range of outcomes and skews the risk reward as much in our favor as possible. So from that standpoint, we want people who have different viewpoints, who can look at the same problem from different angles to make sure that we come to the right decision making. And as I mentioned, when you think about sort of what we view as our core mission as a firm, it's about attracting and retaining the best people. And that the best people come from different backgrounds. So getting DEI right is about serving our core mission of delivering excellence for clients and good results for all of the partners that we have. So to us, it's just an inherent part of running an excellent investment manager. To the point of what's worked, what hasn't, it's probably a very long list. But I would say on the things that have really worked for us that I feel very passionate about is around the equity inclusion part for us, I think, and our mentorship program has been very critical as part of this. I can go into more details, but I think we're limited on time.
We'll hit the
get to it
E&I
later.
in the next question. Yeah, that's good. I've bookmarked it. Thank you. And then Indira.
Great, thank you so much. I'll double down on everything that Caroline said. When you think about, and Mr. Chair, you said it this morning, when you think about human capital, it is essentially what adds value in any organization. And for us, diverse experiences, diverse backgrounds, we truly believe lead to better decision-making and innovation is the key to furthering return on investments. So when we think about diversity, equity, and inclusion, we see it as part of both our sustainability practices, but also our responsible investment philosophy, which means that if we're doing it well, we are touching every part of our organization. And what has worked for us is really setting up a framework that allows us to do just that, and again, put the onus on where decisions actually happen. So our framework has 3 pillars. It's our people and culture. So how do we attract, engage, develop, and advance our own people and culture at the firm? The second pillar is business and investment processes. And there we look at DEI like any other business. So how are we embedding it into our goal setting process? How are we setting KPIs? And how are we driving accountability for results? The second pillar is around supplier diversity as well. We are an investment firm, and one of the things that we want to ensure is that in the way that we do business, the money that we spend in the course of doing business, that we're being thoughtful about who we do business with and how we can affect change from a supplier diversity perspective. The last click down is investment decisions. We are an investment firm, and we want to ensure that as we're looking at our investments, that we're thinking about DEI from a governance perspective, because we know that productive employees who feel like they belong are going to add better value and perform better, which by default leads to our return on investments being better as well. Finally, our communities pillar is very critical to our mission because we do want to be a force for good in the course of doing business. So there we focus on industry partnerships like ILPA, we are one of the founding members, and the Milken Institute, which I have the pleasure of serving on the committee of, along with Lachey, to really drive industry-wide change, learn best practices and share best practices, because as an industry, we are not where we want to be. And if you want to solve the industry-wide gaps, you have to do it hand in hand with our partners. We also focus on corporate partnerships. So who are the organizations that are doing the great work of DEI on the ground? So organizations like Girls Who Invest, organizations like Alt Finance, which we founded out of our foundation to focus on HBCU talent because there was a gap in the industry for that talent, so that we can, again, amplify the impact that we can make from an industry-wide perspective. And finally, we think about this from a philanthropic perspective as well, so that we're threading that culture and those vision and values and the lens of DEI in the way that we do our corporate giving. At the core of our framework is to really focus on being data-driven, goal-oriented, and driving accountability. So I think what really works is when it is embedded and you're focused on changing processes and being systemic about it. In my opinion, what doesn't work is when DEI is seen as a group of initiatives or programs that HR and the DEI team are responsible for executing. We try to drive DEI into everybody's job, because truly, if you think about an organization as a community, it is everybody's responsibility to drive inclusion and belonging within that community.
That's great, thank you. And so, John, how about from your viewpoint and your firm, what's the value add, or why do you do this in your business?
These guys covered a lot of ground, so I won't repeat the whole dynamic around human capital because I would incorporate everything by reference that these guys said in terms of the importance of bringing diverse views to the table. And, when you're investing and you've got people that have diverse backgrounds, diverse training, different cohorts of communities and relationships, you see around corners a lot better. And you sometimes recognize things that you otherwise might not. Just to maybe go in a slightly different direction in terms of things that have been effective, and Indira just I think referenced this at the end of her comments, but engagement, doing things that engage your team and your broader population. So it's really more. They're experiencing what matters around inclusivity and diversity by engaging in practices that matter to the firm, that matter to the business. So, a great example, and then I think the other dynamic that we feel is very important is we view the whole context of DEI from a full ecosystem perspective. So it's not just our firm, and our 1,800 employees. It's all of our portfolio companies. It's the broader ecosystem. It's our CEOs. It's the boards of our portfolio companies. It's really the broader ecosystem. And when you do that, obviously our lifeblood is investing well, our companies performing well, the creation of value, and the way. And so when we engage with respect to those aspects of our ecosystem and focus on the importance of things that we believe matter, like different perspectives, inclusivity, an environment where people can show up and be their best selves. What happens is that all of your key people, your investors, your deal partners, people that are running these deals, people that are responsible for the portfolio, are really engaging with their management teams and engaging with their boards and trying to drive that culture that we believe is important and trying to drive those principles into the portfolio. And so that hands-on dynamic of a deal partner at TPG sitting in a boardroom of a portfolio company and feeling responsible for driving those outcomes engages those people in a different way than just sitting in a committee meeting at the firm talking about DEI.
I'd like to ask just a quick follow-up because my question is, who drives this? So is it your board that deems this is important to our business, or was there an advocate, your predecessor or somebody, or who's the driver behind this that set this in motion in the first place?
Yeah, I'm sure that varies a lot from, organization to organization, depending on the history. But, at TPG, when I showed up in 2015, I remember I had an experience where at the time my chief of staff, who by the way now heads all of our ESG, was a young woman who one day said to me, I'm going to our diversity committee meeting. And I said, oh, great. I said, like, what's our diversity committee look like? And she said, well, it's myself and a few other people. I kind of put it together. And I said, well, who is the executive office sponsor of this whole effort? And she said, well, there is no executive office sponsor of this effort. So I said, okay, good. Well, I'm now the executive office sponsor of the effort. So, I think there's no substitution for top, the leadership of the company driving the importance of this. And then ultimately, and I think Indira mentioned this maybe in terms of reviews, we're holding people accountable for engaging in the way we want to engage and driving this through the culture of the firm. So, I think the level of authenticity and how organic it is in terms of how you drive it through the organization is also a function of, well, why do we care about it, and who really is talking about it. So I think that's how it really got.
Yes. And then what about at Aries? I looked through some of your documents. It is quite impressive, like how.
We're very organized.
Yes,
Very
yes.
organized. Okay. So I think, John, to your point, all firms go through an evolution that usually start with more of a grassroots efforts, a diversity council. I think for us, we took the next step of actually making this, thank God for me, somebody's full-time job. And that is my full-time job. But from an accountability perspective, we actually start from the board. Myself and one of our co-founders and chairman of our board, and I co-chair our diversity committee. The executive sponsor is our CEO. On that committee, we have representation from every line of business at the executive level. And then we have employees from across the firm, both from a levels perspective and from a vertical perspective, participating in each of our committees. Because again, we really want to make sure that from the top of the house to our analysts, that everyone is taking responsibility for DEI. The other accountability metrics that we put in place is DEI is part of our whole budget and strategic planning process. So we come up with firm-wide goals that are then distributed down to each line of business based on what their areas of opportunities are. And we look at these numbers on a quarterly basis and meet with business leaders to help ensure that they're understanding how, from a people's perspective, their folks are doing from a systems perspective, and if there is anything that we can do to help support. In addition to the business aspect of it, within each line of business, going to that middle column, we have diversity champions that we work with and are the folks on the ground that are executing deals that we upskill to help ensure that as we're looking at portfolio companies and as we're looking at the way that we do business, that we're putting a DEI lens in that aspect as well. And that transfers over to how we think about our impact outside of the firm through our foundation and our philanthropic efforts.
And then Caroline, who decided in your firm?
Yeah, I would say I'm not sure we made a conscious decision to say, here is what we should do for DEI purpose. I think it really goes back to the culture of the firm, the core mission, how do we went about thinking about the core principles that we want everybody to embody and live by. I actually went through the CalSTRS investment branch's core values that you guys laid out. It's striking to me that how much similarity and overlaps there are between kind of what you guys laid out as the core values and what we've embodied as sort of the leadership principles for us. Areas like respect, worth, I think as you guys described it, and professional development. personal development. Those, I think, are actually key components that naturally, organically lead to the DEI outcomes that people are driving at. So, taking one dimension of it, we as a firm from day one decided that equity partnership opportunities will be open to everyone in the organization. It's not limited to the investment team. It's not defined by roles. And the idea behind that is whatever your role and responsibilities are, we value everybody's contribution to the excellence that we intend to deliver for our clients. And as a result, if somebody has been at a firm for a period of time and we want them on the team as a long-term team member, and we see the contribution that they make, you can be a front desk receptionist, you can be an investment analyst, and you can be a finance payables person, or you can be an operations person, but we're all eligible for equity partnership opportunities, so everyone can participate in the long-term success that hopefully we deliver for our clients and for the business as well. Today, we have 67 partners within the firm out of an employee base of 156 people. So I think it's a very different way of thinking about access to opportunity and equity.
Yeah, and would you say, so literally we're talking about the E of DEI,
Yes.
and you put your money literally where your mouth is. But would you say that in the context of our industry that what your firm is doing is unusual, or that it,
Yeah, I think it's very unusual, but it goes to, I think, the worst part that CalSTRS laid out as well. It's appreciation and respect for everybody's contribution to the outcome.
The fact that you're doing this, that is something a little different outside the norm of our industry, do you find that it is a competitive advantage for you? Or what's the results that you're seeing of doing this?
Yeah, I think it leads to good retentions of great people, lower employee turnover, especially, a lot of firms are focused on investment teams, specific areas or levels of roles and responsibilities. To us, it's everybody is capable of contributing in a meaningful way, and we want to your point, put our money where our mouth, can't remember the phrase now, and deliver on that.
Okay,
So that's something we started
amazing.
at the beginning of the firm.
Yeah.
It's not
So it
new.
is unusual, and it's actually terrific to hear. And as we transition to this topic of E&I, Indira, is there anything that you'd like to add to this part of the discussion?
Yeah, so I'll go a little deeper on the I, because diversity without inclusion does not lead to better decision-making and innovation. You have to have diversity within a culture that is inclusive, back to what John said, so people can actually bring their diverse perspectives to the table and feel valued and worthy. And that is where you're going to be able to harness the value of diversity. So we not only focus on, obviously, as an industry, working towards closing our actual diversity gaps from a representation perspective, we spend a lot of time focusing on the I, on inclusion. How do we continue to drive a culture of belonging? And from a measurement perspective, in 2021, we did a wonderful RFP process to find the right external measurement for inclusion that we can get behind. And we actually went through a 3-part assessment with a consultant that looked at our maturity from a DI perspective, so what our infrastructure looks like to really be able to operationalize DI within the firm. We did an assessment on talent and the talent pipeline and how we compared to our peers. And the third assessment was a global inclusion assessment that went out to all of our employees globally. And why we chose this particular firm is because they can actually give you inclusion scores by diversity dimensions. So you could actually see how does an employee who is this ethnicity, this gender, feel from an inclusion perspective versus this employee. And we really focus on 2 things. One, we want overall inclusion to be high, but more importantly, this allows us to understand where do we have gaps and how are we going to close them, and allowed us to set actual goals to close those gaps. We do this assessment every 2 years. We just redid it in 2023. We had set a goal to try to close our 2 largest gaps by 50%, and we saw that we were able to do it. The assessment tells you the why. Why is it that this group is feeling less included? Is it because of allyship? Is it because of access to resources? Is it because of their ability to continue to see themselves and continue to get promoted within the organization? So then we could actually use this data to tactically create initiatives within those verticals that will bring about the change that we want to see. So again, really focused on process change. The two other ways that we measure inclusion, we actually, on a monthly basis, as part of our HR data metrics, look at voluntary leave rates. When you think about leave rates, that gives you a proxy for how employees are feeling. Are people voting with their feet at higher rates when they look like this versus this? And if you see gaps, again, you can now start to understand, well, why is that? So we do exit interviews, we review that data with each business, and when we do see trends or bigger gaps, we work with them to try to work with their managers to learn how to manage across difference and help fix what is it that is causing those leave rates to be so different. The last thing that we do is, because we want to understand how we compare to others, is we participate in Great Places to Work, which is an external partner. They do the survey to our employees. It gives us another anonymous way to get feedback from employees so that, again, we can continue to improve, but also tells us, are we really a great place to work? We've been certified in the UK, in the US, and in India. And just recently, last month, in pension and investments, we were ranked the #1 place to work for money managers for organizations with 1,000+ employees. So we also look for that external validation and let someone else tell us, based on their rubric, how we're doing.
That's great, thank you. Okay, I'm going to shift gears a little bit and go into the portfolio for the next question. And John, I'll start with you for this one. You had mentioned that you look at the whole ecosystem. And so then the question is, how do you view DEI for your portfolio companies? And if you could share a bit also about how you think of board diversity for your portfolio companies.
Yeah, well, board diversity within our portfolio has been a big topic for us. I think we looked at it originally back in 2017, and we had approximately 30% of our portfolio company boards that really had adequate diversity around the board table, and it was pretty eye-opening when we looked at it. And so what we did is we actually, and I alluded to this before when I was talking about the engagement process throughout the organization, but we engaged in a very deliberate board diversity initiative where we set out to change the diversity composition of our boards. And so since 2017, we have added literally 490 diverse directors to our portfolio company boards across both gender as well as ethnicity and other aspects of diversity. It's a big number. That's a large number, and you can imagine the undertaking that's required to source that number of people. But in the process of doing it, we're fairly open about it. We're fairly public about it in terms of what our objectives and what our goals were. We did partner with some third-party partners, like Black Women on Boards as an example, and developed a really nice partnership with them. But in the process of doing that, what was really fascinating about it was the number of diverse people that sought us out, that were interested in serving on boards, either from the perspective of they had had long, successful careers within various industries and really wanted to understand what was it like, or how do I get positioned to serve on a board? What does it mean to serve on a board? What does it mean to be involved in governance of a company? Some of them wanted to be public company board directors. Some of them didn't want to be public company board directors and wanted to serve on a private company board, which, by the way, is a great training ground if you're interested in being on boards, because the composition and makeup and dynamic of private company boards is a little different. What you tend to find with private equity-backed companies is you have a real investor mindset and value creation mindset sitting around the board. You have a tendency to perhaps sort of deeper dives into core issues that are going on in the business. There's a fair amount of off-cycle work as well. When you bring a really talented person onto your portfolio company board, how can they actually help the portfolio company in terms of creating value, et cetera? And so we found that it created an entirely new ecosystem of relationships and really, frankly, source of talent for us. Some of the people that stepped forward have now ended up being executives at our portfolio companies. Starters either serving on a board, got to know the process of what private company value creation is, got to know what it's like to work with TPG, ended up actually being placed as essentially executives or running portfolio companies of ours. Again, the other super tangible benefit of this is that the quality of the people sitting around our boards improved so drastically as a result of seeing all this talent embedded in various diverse populations that hadn't had an opportunity to do this, that wanted to do it. And our deal partners really realizing the tangible value of that when you're trying to create value in a company, and the different perspectives, the diversity of perspectives, the relationships that those people have that they bring to us as a result of that. So that's been a big initiative for us. It's completely changed the complexion of how we govern our portfolio and how we govern our companies. And again, has had the effect of having people throughout our firm really engage in that process and see it and experience it firsthand. And that's so critical in terms of how that then reverberates into the next initiative that you take on. We also obviously have done the same now in terms of our executive teams within our portfolio, and looking at diversity composition of them. So when you look through the leadership of our portfolio, there is a substantial uptick in the diverse component of that, in part also because of those diverse directors sitting around the table. I would say that, the portfolio has been a major focus of ours as it relates to this effort, and it's yielded very real, tangible economic results.
That's great to hear. I mean, because a lot of times, I think it's good to hear like the whole story, because so many times we hear, a lot of criticism around the industry, and I know that not every firm is doing what these firms are doing. Obviously, we try to find leaders in this space, but I'm actually heartened also to hear about some of these details too. So thank you for sharing that. Indira, is there anything from your firm's perspective that you'd like to add to this?
Yes, thank you so much. So what we did is in 2021, we already had a bunch of initiatives happening within each of our verticals from a DI perspective, but we really wanted to, again, institutionalize it and ensure that if the folks that were driving those initiatives were no longer there, would it still happen? So we wanted to really embed it in the way that we do business. So we looked at our platform and we stack ranked where we had the most influence, which is going to be in private equity like John, and where we had the least, which for us would be in secondary, so closer to if you're doing, buying equity investments. And what we did is, again, we created a structure where we have diversity champions within each of the verticals that we worked with, because it's really important for our team to ensure that anything that we are doing is going to work for the business and that we're meeting the business and the business need where they are. So we started with private equity, because where we had majority ownership and majority board appointee rights, we knew we had the ability to really affect systemic change. So when I mentioned that in 2021, Ares Management went through that 3-part assessment, we actually did it in partnership and as a cohort with a group of portfolio companies in our PE group. And we sponsored them. So we put our money where our mouth is and actually sponsored their assessment. The commitment that the firm had to make was, one, that they would go through the whole process, because it's a lot of work, a lot of data collection, and that they will have a team that consists of executives, HR, procurement, all of the folks that you would need to truly create a comprehensive 3-year strategic plan. We did that with all of those firms, and we have a full-time resource that reports to me and sits on my team, but sits with the private equity team and works with the DI champions to be the phone a friend to the portfolio companies. Because we want to make sure that since a lot of portfolio companies don't have full-time dedicated resources and the expertise, that we are getting the return on our investment and that those plans are being executed. We drove the accountability at the board level. There's a requirement for them to report out at the board on progress against their strategic plans, and they committed to every 2 years now paying for it so that we can get longitudinal data on how they are improving. So that group of portfolio company that did it with us in 21 re-upped in 23. We joined by a new batch of portfolio companies, and we were really excited to see that we saw across all 3 improvements from a maturity perspective, from a pipeline perspective, and from an inclusion perspective. And that gave us the ability to redo both our strategic plan and their strategic plans. From a board diversity perspective, we really do think, like John said, that it's critical that this is being driven at the highest levels. So we also embarked in having an aspirational goals for the portfolio companies that are participating to add diversity to their board. We wanted to get to a point where they had a minimum of at least 2 diverse board members, and Ares Management made the same commitment. So since 21 to now, about 70% of our portfolio now meets that aspirational goal, and Ares Management has also added 2 diverse board members to our Ares Management Board, because we want to lead by example. When we think about outside of PE, our biggest business is credit, as you mentioned earlier. We don't have the same level of influence because we don't have ownership rights or board appointee rights. So we've worked with that team to be creative about, well, then how can we use our influence to drive DEI within the portfolio company and the investment? And there's no better way to do that if you tie it to your business model. So one of the things that Ares Management did, to again lead by example, was when we redid our own Ares Management credit facility. So we borrow money too. We tied our borrowing costs to 3 KPIs: a climate, a representation, and a supplier diversity goal. And now we have skin in the game to ensure across the firm that we meet those goals. Now we are doing the same thing from a lender perspective with portfolio companies within credit. We are doing sustainability-linked loans where they have DEI KPIs and targets and ESG KPIs and targets, and if they make them, they get a discount on the borrowing. If they don't, they get a penalty, just the way we do. We've been able to close a few of them over the past 18 months on 3 continents, with one of our largest one being a $1.5 billion investment that will have DEI KPIs tied to it. And back to the business model, because probably someone's thinking, well, is that good for a returns perspective? How are you thinking about these metrics? We work with each portfolio company to really build it into their business model. So an example would be a portfolio company that does childcare centers. Their KPI is to continue to grow and open more childcare centers, but they get credit for opening and getting certified to serve diverse children with disabilities. Because one of the biggest reasons that parents with children with disabilities have to leave the workforce is because they cannot find adequate childcare. So by tying the KPI to what we are feeling, the growth of the company, while at the same time filling a social need, to us just makes economic sense.
So interesting, thank you. I'm going to just wrap up with one last question and then open it up to the board. And my last question, Caroline, I'll start with you, is what can a investor like CalSTRS do to help support DEI efforts in the investment industry?
Yeah, so actually, first of all, I would say sessions like these are very helpful because we want more sharing of best practices, of data-driven contents, intellectual properties to really help pushing the conversations on DEI. You know, just to Indira's point earlier, we have, and compared to John's direct sort of close view of how boards operate and the controls you might have as a private equity owner in the public equity space, without being an activist investor, it's not quite the same thing. So to us, a lot of it, first of all, starts with education. What are the empirical support evidence for these leads to higher quality governance and higher quality board outcomes? And then it allows you to have more probing questions in understanding how the board interacts. Because ultimately, I think, to John's point, it's the people that are making decisions have to believe this is the right thing to do. Not doing it for a statistical outcome, but doing it because it leads to the best business outcome for the company. So I think best practices, sharing that across different firms, dialogues like this is extremely helpful for us as managers.
Yeah, and then John, anything from an LP perspective? An LP like us?
Well, I think being, CalSTRS for us is a real thought partner. So we spend a lot of time together when we go through evaluating, different strategies or talking about our results or thinking about next generation funds. And I think that CalSTRS, the team at CalSTRS has a very good idea and a very hands-on idea of who our team is. And so there's been many occasions where we've had conversations between our firm and CalSTRS about our team, the diversity in our team, who's coming up, what's happening to people's careers, et cetera. So, that there's a sense of holding one another accountable in that context, which I think is very constructive. And then the other thing too is that, and I think you're aware of this, but we also felt like within our industry, the other thing that we could do in our industry is thinking about how do more diverse people we think of ourselves in being in what we call the capital allocator seat. We're allocating a lot of capital, and that's, creating capital formation within companies, for entrepreneurs, et cetera. And so we felt like it was very important also in our industry to think about how do we get more diverse people in the capital allocator seat? Because what you find when you do that is, again, the perspectives, the differences in perspectives, the cohorts, what they see about, their perspectives on the consumer-based economy, et cetera. There are differences, and capital will tend to flow differently over time if more diverse people are in that capital allocator seat. So one of the things we did as a firm is we started an effort that originally started actually on balance sheet, where we were, and we call it TPG Next, which is that next generation of diverse managers. And we started on balance sheet. We backed two firms on balance sheet that were founded and run by diverse managers. One was Harlem Capital, the other was Vamos Ventures. And we essentially, felt like beside creating capital for aspiring diverse managers, what we also had, which was quite obvious but also very valuable, is we actually know how to build a GP. We know how to build an investing business and what it means to invest well, what it means to have the right services functions that underlie the investing functions so you don't get in trouble doing that. We know how to raise capital. And so we put ourselves in a position where we essentially seeded these managers and then, but not just gave them capital, but gave them human capital advice, gave them all the support infrastructure. And both of those firms are off and running. So we decided to take that to the next step and actually find some LP partners that had an interest in doing that with us. And so we've now raised a little over $500 million that is essentially in a proper fund that we call TPG Next, where we're doing this now as a business because we believe not only it's putting diverse people in the capital allocator seat, but we're seeing things that we wouldn't see as a result of the partnership in terms of company opportunities, investment opportunities. So again, back to that business case, like what are you doing? What is it driving? And is there a commercial dynamic to it within the context of the firm? So that what we're finding is when we're going around talking to many of our LP partners about, do you want to come on that journey with us? I have to say the capital is stickier than I would like it to be. In other words, a lot of our LPs talk about it, but a lot of our LPs are perhaps hesitant to allocate capital to it. I know CalSTRS has had a program focused on diverse managers and other significant LPs have as well. But I would say that, from an LP perspective, I think that the focus on that and the willingness to allocate capital to that, I think, is very important.
Thank you. I'm going to pause there and open it up for a board Q&A.
Okay, Frank, with your indulgence, I just want to ask a high-level question, if I might. We live in a society today that is, I think you characterize it as fairly divisive. And, when we talk about these issues, there is one side of the world, this country, that says, oh my God, that's woke. And then there's those of us who understand that when you create a community, you get a good product. But as fiduciaries, we're going to come under, we have come under attack, often for our role in climate change, okay? Well, we've been able to show demonstrably the risks that are associated with not taking into consideration climate change. So how do we show the risks that are impacting someone who doesn't take into consideration the DE&I elements? I know from our point of view here at CalSTRS, we have a very robust DE&I program that we are committed to doing even more. And I can tell you the one element that I see that we can show that it is a benefit is the talent that we can attract. And the diversity of the talent, our highest levels in our investment team are women. June, runs global equity. We've got our private equities run by a woman. We've got women everywhere at the top of a firm. And so we can show that because of our performance, it's been effective. But how are we, how are you showing this, especially as fiduciaries? We've got to be able to meet head on what I consider to be a fairly irrational argument, but that's a big percentage of the world and they control a lot of decision making. So I open that up for anybody to answer.
Way to start, Bill. Easy questions. If I had a magic wand and I was to say, let's erase DEI. Let's just pretend that DEI does not exist. But what are the elements of it that actually make a difference from a business perspective? This is what I would say. Been in this business for 24 years. Never have I ever had anyone come to me and say, Indira, you know what I want? I want to give you money so you can go and invest in a company that has low morale from an employee-based perspective, low productivity, is the worst at innovation in their sector. And by the way, make sure they have pay equity issues so you could be at risk of lawsuits, and make sure they're polluting the environment because that's going to lead to better business results. I think when you erase the letters and you think about this as common sense, DEI, ESG is just good business. From a people perspective, if you want to hit bottom line, look at the Better Up research project. You can find it on Harvard Business Review. They found that employees that feel that they belong have 56% more productivity, have 50% less risk of leaving. So back to your retention of great employees, 75% less sick days. For a company of 10,000 people, that's $52 million of impact. So if you're not focused on making your employee base the most productive, then you're not harnessing the value of those individuals. And even worse, you are not letting them reach their full potential. So back to the actual human capital of it, why would you want someone in your organization that doesn't feel that they belong and can add value? So I think stripping the letters away, what you were really talking about here is best practices in running any type of company in any industry, in any country. And if we don't believe that, then don't come to us, because we will never be the right investor for the wrong client.
Bill, if I can add a little bit to what Indira said, I think this concept of let's throw away the words and really focus on what the core outcomes are is very important. I will say one of the challenges around DEI ESG is really these are things that play out over the long term. It's not something that happens tomorrow if you're investing it today. If you look at us as a firm, for example, today our executive committee is 60% women. We think that's pretty unusual in the industry. It was not something that we set out to target 20 years back. I joined the firm in 2004. My co-executive committee member and also co-PM on the international value strategy that we manage for CalSTRS, Allison Fish, she joined back in 2001. And our CFO, Jessica Doran, she joined the firm back in 2007 or 06, around that time frame. We grew up within the organization. I don't think we were talking about inclusion back in 2004, but it is the culture, the process we have in place that made us want to make our career at this firm. So this is something that happened basically 20 years down the road as an outcome. So in the short term, the challenge is it's harder to measure, but I think over time, there will be more and more empirical evidence that this leads to better business outcomes in line with the fiduciary duties that we all have. And it's not about the specific words, it's really about the culture, the guiding principles, and the things you do day in and day out.
John?
Look, these guys have made good points about the relationship between how important this is to really drive results. I think that maybe one other thing that's worth saying about your question is that I have never seen a moment where the principles behind why this is important in terms of driving returns, being a good fiduciary, and ultimately the linkage between fiduciary responsibility and whether it's DEI or climate change, to your point, I've never seen a moment where it's more important for us, for those that believe in that relationship, which, by the way, is quantifiable and is demonstrable, to double down on the commitment to this, because the attack on this has ratcheted up. And by the way, it's ratcheted up just in the last month in a way that it's at a whole new level now, where DEI is now being associated with words like it's racist and discriminatory. And so I think the stakes have actually never been higher. This could go one of several ways. And so I think that whether it's managers like us or whether it's plans like you, I think that insisting on insisting on the importance of this and holding people accountable and understanding where people stand on it, I think is critically important and has never been more important. I think that unfortunately, the politicization of this and sort of like people using words like, so DEI means something beyond what the core words actually mean, which we've talked about here today in terms of what does diversity mean? What does inclusion mean, right? So the words themselves and the practice means a lot more than just like DEI. I think certainly CalSTRS knows that at TPG. I mean, we've made a massive commitment to climate. We started an impact business that importantly was focused as a non-concessionary return business. The core rationale behind us developing an impact business was we saw opportunities within our private equity investing activities where companies that were doing important things for society, okay? Whether that's educational, whether that's nutrition, whether that's climate change, whatever, we're attracting more capital and more customers. And so what follows is better returns, faster growth. So that business had really never been institutionalized. And so what we said is we're going to raise institutional-sized capital and bring it to bear, invest in a non-concessionary way in companies that are really making a difference in certain respects. And so that started 6 years ago. It's a $20 billion investing complex at TPG now called RISE. The RISE Fund, the RISE Climate Fund, probably on its way to 60 or 100 billion ultimately. It's just good business, it's smart. And so examples like that are the core of why this matters and why it's important, but it's certainly at risk in the world we live in today.
Thank you. Frank, thank you for your understanding. I appreciate it. And all the rest of the people that have now gotten online, I'm sorry. Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciated your question because mine is sort of aligned a little bit there. But let me start by saying thank you to Kim and the team, for assembling such a distinguished panel here. I enjoy your stories. I enjoy your examples that you give. They're tangible. I saw it. And you make the case for DEI beautifully. I mean, and I cannot see why somebody would not get it. But as the chair just said, there's been significant backlash, right, at these initiatives. So maybe, and you sort of described a little bit, maybe you can describe a little bit, if you think, the nature of this backlash and how, if at all, may impact, future implementation or the implementation of DI, whether it's a CalSTRS or in your or other entities. Thank you.
No, he didn't.
Okay.
Not all at once.
All the easy questions. Okay, Frank, thank you for that. I agree with John 100%. We are under attack for doing good business. And I think we have to continue to actually decouple the practices from the 3 letters that are now becoming 4-letter words in our society, and really just bring it down to how does this impact the way that we run organizations, and that this is just good business practices and governance. I think one of the things that we have to continue to keep an eye on is what's happening from the court's perspective, because that will have an impact in the way that we implement some of the initiatives. So for us, we've done an assessment. We have gotten recommendation from our legal counsel on what, if anything, should we be thinking about further down the line, given that some of the cases that are making their way through the courts could possibly affect the way that we execute DEI in corporate. But for right now, it's all about continuing the good work, being unapologetic about it, and ensuring that we get as much as we can done, regardless of the noise.
Do we need another acronym, you think?
I like calling it good business. I thought that was good.
Good business practices.
Deborah?
Yes, thank you as well. And it's good to hear about the strong focus on process, because process, it helps embed things. And, the very specific actions you're taking in terms of the board diversity efforts, the employee engagement, which is really important to generate inclusivity and partnership opportunities. My question is, for each of you, can you talk about the ownership of your companies, understanding that may be public, but how you, through pay equity or diversity in ownership, not just making a partner, but the level of diversity at the ownership level, because as we know, equity ownership is the biggest generator of wealth in this country, and so really it's about sharing that wealth.
Yeah, I guess I can start off and make a couple of comments about that. First of all, I think that, ownership is, ownership and performance and the connectivity between that is so important. And so whether you're a private company or a public company, I think that really matters a lot. We were a private company and we transitioned to a public company. When we did that, one of the things that we were very intentional about is we took about 15% of the value of our entire company and we distributed it to all of our employees, so that everybody at the firm, from the most senior people down to our EAs, as an example, were participating as owners in the equity of the company. And that connectivity, I think we felt, and that ownership, that sense of ownership, was really critically important. It's really fascinating to watch how kind of ownership changes orientations in an organization, because when you have folks that are, it can create cultures that are have and have-nots, two classes of kind of citizens within a company. And the other thing it can create is, to the extent that you want to create incentives for people to think about the value of the whole, and to essentially collaborate. Many businesses are built off the back of the incentive structure being highly focused on what the narrow slice or the silo that you're in. And so one of the things that, one of the expressions that I like to use is trying to create an environment where we all eat from the same plate. And really, ownership does that in a very real way. In my career, in the two companies that I've been involved with, that's been a very core part of sort of the cultural dynamic of the company. That connectivity, that incentive that it creates for people to collaborate and cooperate, because in some way, ultimately, you're all benefiting from that. So that's a very core part. We naturally take that to the next level also in our portfolio, because obviously, we're kind of eating our own cooking in that respect. So we take it into our portfolio as well. So how we think about employee ownership, the incentive structure within our portfolio, very important, truly very important. So anyway, that's a couple of thoughts.
And I just want to make sure to connect it to DEI as well. So it's one thing to have ownership, but it's another to have equitable ownership.
Yeah, well, I think that the couple of different things on that, which is that when we distributed equity to our employees, it really didn't matter, it didn't matter what you looked like or what your ethnicity was or what your sexual, what your gender was. We essentially did it across our organization by category of employee. So it was blind to those issues, which it should be in terms of what we're trying to accomplish. The other thing that we do also, as I'm sure my colleagues here do, is that in the compensation process, we're also very intentional about having, once we go through our compensation process, we cut it and slice it all different ways in terms of looking at what pay equity looks like around the organization. So we will take adjacencies within the organization and we will look at them and we will say, we have 2 people or 3 people that are at the same level in the organization. They're in the same category of what they do, and there's and we look at it across gender. Or we look at it across those lines to say, okay, if it's different, why is it different? So we have a control process for that. The other thing we do is in our promotion process, when we're promoting people in the organization to the various levels, what we do is we essentially do another cross look at that, which is, okay, what's the population looking like that's coming up that's eligible to be promoted to partner, to managing director, to principal, to vice president, and we take a look at that, and we also look at the forward pipeline in terms of what does it look like and how is it coming. So those are the things that we actually do in practice.
Yes, Deborah, if I may add to some of what John was saying is, I think it is a fact that the degree of equity participation is somewhat tied to the role and somebody's positions or compensation levels at the firm, right? And so what needs to happen, I think, is actually opportunity for advancement within the organization, for taking on more responsibilities that naturally lead to bigger participations over time. And, we're a small company, 156 people. To a certain degree, you know each other, you know how things work. But one of the things that I found particularly helpful in our process is a structured mentorship program. Because what it's allowed us to do is create relationships where may not have existed otherwise. It's having a senior person be invested in the development of somebody outside their team, be the sounding board for things. And what we found is these relationships, they survive the mentorship cycle as well. These are long-term relationships that you establish within the organization, and it allows for cross-department collaborations, and also allows for people to have participation in opportunities that come up within the organization. So, our head of operations, marketing operations, for example, joined as a temp on the receptionist desk, and over the years grew up within the organization, taking on more responsibility, being mentored and coached. Our research assistant, she joined as actually a temp, as temp receptionist as well, but over time, now she's in the position of being a senior ESG reporting associate. So I think these avenues of relationship building, but also an organization that's invested in the career development of every individual within the firm, and providing the opportunity to establish relationships and have an advocate, a mentor, is really critical in leading to that equity outcome down the road.
Thank you.
Right.
All right, thank you, Deborah. And next is Mr. Gunning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, Lachey, thank you. I didn't think this panel could get any better than the last one, and you guys have just been awesome. And thank you, Scott and June. Thank you. This is just wonderful. The question that popped in my head was enforcement. And then I heard each of you individually talk about your enforcement. But then, Bill, thanks to you, because you said the big question we're all thinking, which is how can we, as a board, exert leadership in this subject area? And I think that's the question. We know the SEC's looking at it, and Dirk, we talked about it. Would you have recommendations on firms that aren't like yourselves and how you can create enforcement mechanisms? Or is there such a thing, or is it all internally and institutionally driven?
I would say something that I learned this morning while sitting in the back. Trust and verify. If you ask the right questions.
Didn't Ronald Reagan say that?
I don't know. I heard it this morning from you. I'm taking that. I'm taking that with me. Trust and verify. I think you have an invaluable position of power, given your size, given the fact that you represent one of the most diverse workforces in our country, and that 77% of K through 12 kids in California are diverse, and that by 2044, you will be, minority majority in the country. And if that is not one very specific reason from a workforce perspective on why we should all care about the future employees of this country and their productivity, that would be number one. But again, this is an ecosystem. We manage money, you have money that we want to manage, and you get to pick who manages your money. So if you ask the right questions, if you truly come back and trust in our answers, but come back and verify, if you track that over time, you will easily see who should be sitting at this table from a panel perspective as those that are trying our best, even though, to your point, Caroline, it takes time. We cannot fix over 400 years of systemic issues in 3 years that I've been sitting in this seat, right? It takes three things. It takes talent. You have to be willing to invest in the resources that are really going to drive this work. It's going to take treasure. This is an investment, and if you believe in it, you should invest in it, and it's going to take time. So if together as an ecosystem, you're asking us the right questions. And when you find a best practice that we have, give it to somebody else. Or, to your point earlier, get us in the room together, because we can't solve industry-wide problems at our individual firms. So hold us accountable and give us credit when we do the right thing.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gunning. Thank you. Elizabeth, or Liz, excuse me, Liz.
Thank you very much. I want to thank all of the panelists. This has been an incredibly educational and hopeful panel to listen to. My question is for Indira. You spoke about the importance of this work being someone's job and being your job, and also the importance that this work is not siloed. And so I wanted to just hear a little bit more about how you balance that really tricky tension and leverage the opportunity of this being your job, while also making sure that your colleagues really see and understand that it's their job as well.
Great, that's a great question. So in theory, I should be working myself out of a job, because if and when we do this well, it's embedded in everything that we do. And the way that we do that is through our framework that I spoke about earlier. So for example, I have a small but mighty team, and each one of my team members has an expertise in the area that they connect to from a center of excellence perspective. So we have someone on my team that works specifically with the recruiting team, looking at their process and ensuring that we make our recruiting process as equitable as possible, and that we are driving an attraction strategy that'll drive as much diversity to candidates applying for our positions, and that when we look at those throughput rates from application to first round interviews, that we are seeing equity in how candidates are moving through the system. Because at the end of the day, if you don't have diversity in first round interviews, guess what? Going to hire diversity. So we don't focus on saying we are going to hire diversity. We focus on saying we shouldn't hire anybody until we interview a diverse slate of candidates, right? So it's really on that process change. And therefore, we have a relationship and accountability, because we track their numbers and report out on them, on what's happening from a recruitment perspective. Another example would be you talked earlier about how we think about performance reviews and how we look at that process. At most firms, there's a process, and at some point, you're in a room together and you're talking about all the folks on the team. Well, one of the things that we changed in our process is we start every one of those roundtables going through, how does unconscious bias show up in performance management reviews? And we literally, because we are all human, we have biases, and it's much easier to take a bias out of a process than it is out of a human being, because I'm also very hopeful and think that most biases are unconscious. So we remind people of how that might show up. And I want to preface by saying one thing. I hope that everyone understands that diversity is about everyone at the firm, and that even white males are a diversity dimension. And when you do diversity right, you're helping everyone. So in this example, one of the biases that we talk a lot about is about proximity bias. You're going to tend to overrate folks that you just sit next to, hang out more, that you see more. So that helps everybody. That's not just about, the Dominican Indira proximity bias. It's about an actual bias that as human beings we have. We tend to give feedback, and we teach our managers how to manage a cost difference. It's easier for us to give feedback to people that look like us. That's human nature. So if we make you aware of those biases, then you could actually counteract them in your actual processes. So for me, it's really important that when I retire and go serve on one of your boards, that when I retire and go serve on a couple of boards, that the process still remains, and that in essence, I don't have to be there for the conversation and the awareness to happen.
Thank you.
Well, once again, June, you haven't surprised me. You always deliver. This has been a great panel. Thank you for putting it together, even though you went to that school on the other side of LA.
Can I just say one more thing? We need more Junes and Lachey's and Aisha.
Yeah, and Lachey, of course.
You need more of those.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This has prompted me to reflect on how we can maybe put a little bit more meat on the bone of the fiduciary duty issue. And so I'm going to ask Brian, because our general counsel a few years back had our fiduciary counsel, our outside fiduciary counsel, prepare a memorandum of law that would define the fiduciary duty in the context of having to take care and consider these issues. And you know, what's at stake and when we deal with these issues as fiduciaries. So could you do that, Brian?
I'd be happy to. Just to clarify, I wrote that memo.
Well, I know. Self-praise is no praise.
I don't want to blame anybody else.
Well, it was a terrific memo. It helped us through the climate change attacks that we were starting to get, and it was extremely helpful. And I think it could add a little bit more meat on the bones here. But
I think so.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I could add because I heard threads of this going through the conversation. As fiduciaries, going back to the California Constitution, my favorite place to be, you're supposed to minimize the risk of loss and maximize returns. What I hear is the value of diverse workplaces and workforces. And so not having that diversity is a risk.
Precisely.
Having diversity can increase your returns. The more that is evidence-based. So you have significant evidence-based support in climate change. There has been significant evidence base in gender diversity. There's a McKinsey study from 2015, but they only briefly deal with underrepresented groups. And so what we need to see is more evidence-based research that supports what is obvious to everyone here, that it is a loss, it is a risk. Because your prism for investing is to reduce risk as a fiduciary. And so everything that you heard makes sense, and that's the defense to it. Why are you spending time doing it? Because we're a long-term, long-horizon investor.
Right.
30 years from now, we want these companies to maintain or increase their value. And if they don't have a diverse workforce, if they still have groupthink, they're not going to grow. They're going to fall behind.
Yeah.
So that's what we're looking for, and that's what I think is completely legally supportable.
Yeah. So the answer to my question, that you will have a memo prepared addressing these issues.
I'm working on it right now.
Is yes. Yeah, just answer the question. So anyway, yes, June.
We went through everything, right, the questions? I just wanted to thank the panel.
Yeah, no, I don't see any other questions.
Yes, thank you, Caroline, Indira, John, thank you so much. Thank you.
So we're at 3:00. I know we're running a little late. I'd like to take maybe a 5-minute break. I've got is that okay?
Yes, that sounds good.
5 minutes, please, not too much more. I know it'll be 10, but 5 is.
Thank you. So I'm Gail Miller. I'm the Vice Chair of the Investment Committee. Mr. Prezant had to take off, so I'm going to chair. And we actually have a time limit in this room, so just to let folks know what's going on, we're going to go into the rest of the open session. We have, I believe, just a few more items. The private equity pacing report, and then just a quick review of information reports and the agenda. So we're going to try and do that, if at all possible, in 15 minutes, please. And then we will adjourn into closed session. I think, can we do it in here, or do we have to go? Okay, great. And so we'll stay in here for closed sessions. So with that, thanks everyone for being here. Thank you again, Ms. Kim, for that panel. That was fantastic. And we will go to Ms. Worth and Mr. Baker for the private equity report.
Thank you, Gail. This is a mini crash course, and now it's going to be an accelerated mini crash course, high-level view of pacing and cash flow analysis for private equity. I'm Margot Worth. I'm the Director of Private Equity. Tom, do you want to introduce yourself, please?
Good afternoon. Tom Baker, Portfolio Manager, and I head up the pacing program for private equity.
Great. And Mr. Baker, if you could just move that mic a little bit closer, please. Thank you.
And I think you know Tad and John.
Yep.
But
John Haggerty, Makita.
Ted Ferguson, Makita.
So if you have a 401k, or if you're talking to our public equities director, they never mention pacing and cash flow. But when you start talking to the private asset classes, we do often refer to pacing and cash flow. So what's that all about? If you run a public equity portfolio, if June has 100 billion and she decides we want to go to 105, precluding loans or derivatives, she needs to come up with $5 billion, and she buys $5 billion worth of assets, and boom, you're at 105, right? And there's a negative cash flow of $5 billion. So it's pretty trivial. Cash flow and relationship to the portfolio's value. So in private assets, it's different. And why is it different? It's because we predominantly do things through these commingled partnerships, which have a different structure. So we don't just buy assets. We make commitments to these partnerships. And the partnerships, in general terms, say that we're going to give you an IOU for a certain amount of commitment, and you have 5 years to go pull it down when you need it. Typically, you're going to make, say, 20 investments over the 5 years. You pull it down in increments at will, and the contractual obligation is then you sell those companies within 10 years, and you give us the money back. And so when you have that dynamic, it sets up a situation. I'm just going to show one chart. And again, you can read the materials. You can discuss this afterwards, but I'm going to make this super quick. Can we pull up our one chart here? Do we have our chart? There we go. Thank you. So I kind of borrowed this from Chris Sailman's chart showing funding levels and such, when you can think of these levels in terms of liquids in a bucket. So I'm not going to go into much detail here, but the NAV here is in private equity is $50 billion. The unfunded is our commitments that have not been called right now. That's about $20 billion. And so what this chart shows is that we changed the NAV value, and we managed the NAV value. If you remember, several years ago, we were underfunded by, we were at 7% heading down, and we wanted to get up to 13. Well, how do we get there? The main way is by putting new unfunded commitments in. But they get drawn down over 5 years, so it's a delayed reaction. And so what we do in our modeling is we try to predict how fast that unfunded will be pulled down. Those IOUs will be pulled down. They'll ask for the cash. The cash will be used to purchase companies. That increases the NAV. And basically what this chart shows is that once we use that lever, putting in unfunded, it's kind of out of our hands to some degree. There's contractual limits, but the contributions rate within the 5 year is determined by the GP. The distributions, you can see the blue dot, is determined by the GP. They decide when they're going to buy the companies, when they're going to sell them, when's the optimal time. And there's the gains and losses. So, we can model that. We know the contractual limits, and we know what the historical patterns are. So the takeaway is, this is why we talk about pacing. We don't just go out and buy assets, we buy commitments. And we try to predict, we really look 5 years down the road typically and say, where do we want to be in 5 years? And that should affect what we're doing in pacing. And when you build this pacing model, most years everyone's concerned about pacing, but then it's also a cash flow model, because the model also predicts how fast the cash will be drawn down and how quickly it'll be returned. And so then in periods like this, what happens is the velocity of the market slows down, and our GPs decide, geez, we're kind of more in a buying mood than a selling mood. And so, the cash flow is the difference between the distributions and contributions. And anyway, we can make good estimates about how much we need to put in the unfunded to move our NAV where we want it. And we can also make pretty good estimates of what the cash flow program is going to be over the long run. But in any one year, it's hard to predict because it's, how much is going on in the IPO market, what's going on in the mergers and acquisition market, and it becomes less predictable. And I think I've been doing this in one sentence or without a breath practically. Without sharing, we've run a lot of scenarios, and I'll just share 2 bullet points of examples of the output of what our model might say. And Tom, correct me if I get this wrong, but if you have a $50 billion portfolio like we do, and this isn't the case, but let's just say we wanted to continue at 50 and we didn't want to grow it. You could use our model, and our model would tell you things like, you need to, on a run rate, you need to put in about $10 billion a year in new commitments. Now, and we use multiple models. We ask Makita for their model. We look at Cambridge's model, and one model might say 8.5, one might say 11.5, ours says 10. Just to give you a sense, it's not that exact, but certainly if we put out $5 billion a year, it's not going to be enough, and our NAV is going to go down. If we put out 15, it might be too much, and it'll go up. So that's pacing. Cash flow. Let me use the same example. Let's just say you had a $50 billion portfolio. You're already at 50, and you don't care about growing it. And in 5 years from now, if we're going to be happy with it being 50, how much cash flow would that deliver? Well, it kind of breaks down to what would be the return on the asset class in that scenario. And private equity has returned double digits, well into double digits, depending on the period, 12, 13, 14%. Let's just call it 10%. If you're in a 10% return environment, you can run a private equity program like ours, and the net cash flow over time would average about $5 billion a year. So the next 5 years, you would expect a program of our size to return that's mature. If you want to grow it, you got to put more of the cash back in to grow it. But if you're happy with a $50 billion portfolio, you could expect positive cash flow. On average, one year it might be 0, 1 year it might be 10, but you would expect it to average about $5 billion a year. That's it in a nutshell and super fast.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Thank you very much. Mr. Baker, do you want to add anything before we go to our consultants?
No, I think she covered it well.
Great, thank you very much.
So I have a few just takeaways to add to this. It was a great report. There's a lot of detail in there, and I would say that the pacing process is really important. The big output from my perspective is the budget that the private equity team will use in a given year. The example that Margot had used was the theoretical $10 billion. As you may know, it's been a $7 billion, $8 billion figure that the team has worked with in recent years. And in the past year, roughly only half of that was utilized for investments due to opportunities that were available in the market. It's a pretty critical exercise to talk about today as it relates to liquidity management and some of the issues that were brought up about a new leverage policy. I also think it's particularly interesting today because you've gone through the last couple of years moving from an 8% exposure to private equity to 14%. And during that period of time, most of your capital has been moving into the portfolio. And we may be at an inflection point with the program, which we should herald and mark and note when it becomes real, that the net cash flow of the entire program is turning positive. And there's an embedded forecast in there in the document that Margot produced that says that roughly, and should be taken with somewhat of a grain of salt because these are models, that in the next 5 years, cumulatively, $10 to $20 billion in net cash flow can come from the private equity program because you're past that inflection point of putting more money into the program than comes out because you're looking to achieve a higher percentage of your overall pension fund. The other thing that I would say is just a note on the markets today, which is that you need to adjust your model from time to time for market conditions, and that's been done. As Margot mentioned, the ultimate figure that's used for a budget for a given calendar year is the work of Cambridge Associates, Makita, State Street Bank also puts a model together as well as the staff. So there's literally 4 institutions that are putting their best models together to come up with that. But what's been notable in terms of adjusting that model, I think across the board, is that there's very low level of activity in private equity today. And what that means are that distributions that you expect from these investments, the money, the cash coming back to the overall pension fund, have slowed, and we've made those adjustments. But in spite of that, and including that adjustment, it's still the expectation of most of the models that you'll be getting more money back from your private equity program than's going into it. And I think that's a notable milestone to achieve, to note, given that you have aggressively gone from 8% to 14% and achieved the target that you wanted for that. So those are my takeaways. I think it's a really well-executed model. I think it does merit a bit of discussion each year, particularly around the time when the budget for the next calendar year is determined.
Thank you.
Yeah, not to prolong, I'll just add my quick 2 cents, but this type of modeling discussed today is industry standard in the private equity space, but the modeling that the staff does is very customized to the actual underlying proposed investment strategies, include the co-investments for the implementation of the collaborative model. And as mentioned, there's scenario testing and analysis and external models that are compared and triangulated. So overall, these activities, I would deem as reflecting best practices in this space. So very well, rigorous process that the staff is implementing. And while near-term outcomes may deviate from the model, this is a longer-term model that this is a key strategic tool in the long-term planning for the private equity space. But I think the staff is doing a very good job of comprehensively outlining the pacing studies. The models are a bit more complicated than this chart might lead you to believe.
We assumed as much. And it is, I also think, given the timing, we didn't discuss the history of private equity and why the pacing is so important, especially for CalSTRS and also the fantastic job your team has done, Margot, just in terms of getting from the 8 to 14%. So I think those are 2 pieces that are really important. Are there board questions on this item? None? No. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. So next we are on our final open session item, a review of information requests, please.
Vice Chair, I had one that was brought up, a request for the committee to potentially work with staff to agendize a further discussion regarding the human capital management issues we're experiencing with our partners. I know that was discussed by a couple of the members.
Okay, I appreciate that. We'll confer with the chair and vice chair on that. The only other one I had was the looking at our fiduciary duty memo around DE&I, and Mr. Bartow was going to update that, please.
Okay.
As a due out from, correct? As a due out from the DE&I meeting. Did we miss anything else on information requests? No? Okay, great. Thank you for that. And Mr. Ailman, our draft agenda for the next meeting?
All set. Pretty much is the book.
Great. Thanks. Any questions on that? Pardon? No? Anything, do you need anything on that memo? No? Okay, great. So with that, we are actually going to meet, does anyone need a break? Because we have two folks that are trying to get out in 16 minutes, so I'd love for them to hear the first part of closed session. Are you guys okay having anyone that doesn't need to be here for closed session? Do you need something, Mr. Chan? Oh, I was hoping we could go right into closed session to accommodate our board members in here. So if you don't need to be here for closed session, please, if you don't mind leaving the room.